Sometimes the psychic is the perfect one to talk to when love is slipping away.
You know how people start talking funny when they're trying to hide something?
Oh, it's another girl, all right. Call now for a free reading.
Giant Killer.
Peace to the tribe, peace to the collective. It is the Hood Mystic representing www.hoodmystic.com. Give me a second. Hope everybody is doing well. Hope everybody is doing good. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Some thumbs up. Let me know if y'all can hear me all right. Hear me all right. Hope everybody is in a positive vibration. Today, I'm trying to read, so if you do want a reading, it's two ways. You can hit up my Cash App at HoodMystic38 with a donation. You know, I'm not really here for money, but fair exchange is fair exchange. You feel me? So yeah, definitely down for that. But really, I do want to support my YouTube channel by supporting the Patreon. This is all in good fun, all in good sport. Help us get a little bit better in our psychic abilities and psychic gifts as we tune, for the divine, right? Hope everybody is doing well. First things first, though, let's pull a collective oracle. Pulling from the Milo Manara Oracle deck. This is the Great Theater of Life. The chakra is the sacral chakra. The astrology is Venus and Aries. So with all things, life requires great study. To get an emotional response, right? To have a person feel great for your performance, you got to put a lot of work in. And you got to know it's going to be tough at the beginning. You got to know you got to go through it over and over and over and over and over again just to get it right. So just like shadow work, whatever it is that you're struggling with, like shadow work, like astrology, like performance, like art, all of these things require multiple practice, right? But you gotta love the beginning, even when it comes to love, right? Relationships sometimes they're repetitive, you know. You learn the same lessons, or you don't learn the same lessons, depending on the type of person you are. But if you find yourself single, know that you're gonna have to go on the first date again, right? How have you changed? How have you improved since the last relationship? What lessons have you learned? Um, Another interpretation is performing, right? As we get ready for this new moon in Sidereal Leo, Leo is all about performance. And the like some people say, well, I've never been on a stage, Hood Mystic. I never been in a play before, right? But that's not the performance that we do all the time, right? Our main performance is that of having sex, right? And for a guy, we talked about yesterday, be sure to check out our podcast that we did yesterday, the Collective Podcast, right? Yesterday, you can check my community page. I put a link up there. Be sure to watch that. We had a wonderful conversation about a plethora of things. Now, in reference to the great theater of life, right? You try, and she be like, nope, don't she? Life be like, nope, you ain't get no vagine. I know you want me, but you ain't getting it. You gotta keep trying, right? At least I'ma see. Let's see if you left your email. I'm gonna see if you left your email. If not, at least maybe you don't want your email out there. Maybe you don't want to talk to me. And maybe I could just pull some cards for you. At least. So what we do, you gave me your birth date and everything. So let me do this. Let me look up your chart at least. Let's see what's really going on as we get some of our Patreon members to join in via Zoom. But if y'all need the link, and a couple people skipping to the line, so just be a little bit conscientious of people, you know. I'm trying to accommodate as many people as I can. Understand? Alright. Got Elise. Got some transits for Elise. And we got the great Charmaine coming up next. Excited about that. Let's look at her transit chart. It was really happening. Because usually how I can do stuff is I can so Elise, do you want something big or you want something small? You understand? Well, really, it's more happening on the mundane, on the lower levels too. So you probably at the phase where you've had all your rude awakenings, all your juxtapositions, and now you gotta just kind of get your ducks in a row, for a lack of a better word. Okay, so we got the Princes of Dicks. Oh my God. I didn't say what y'all thought I said. I said Princes of Disc. Let me point it towards y'all so y'all can see it. Got the Princes of Disc. We got the Nine of Cups, which is okay. So Elise, Elise is probably in a situation based on the cards, based on what I'm seeing in her chart. Elise might have a good ass job, yo. Might be working a very good job, high paying or not, but whatever the circumstances is not specifically fulfilling. Could a person get a reading and I pull a princess of this? The princess is a court card. Court cards deal with actual people, right? So the actual person would be her, or if she has a young daughter. But this person is dealing because if you look closely in the princess of this, if you look closely, she got a little pudgy belly, right? Because she pregnant, right? So this is in reference to Elise and the spiritual journey and not focusing on the spiritual journey, more or less focusing on the mundane. And it could be a succession of individuals who have great spiritual gifts, meaning the mother and the child, and society or circumstance or an event has got them kind of in a stupor. But associated with the card, we have the Nine of Cups, representing a deep happiness and a sincere fulfillment when one takes on the spiritual journey or the spiritual path. I don't know if I can if I can find it quick enough. Uh, but the Nine of Cups, I'll try to talk and look at the same time. I found it very quickly, right? Alignment. The Nine of Cups represents somebody who is a specialist, somebody that has spiritual abilities and spiritual gifts. Now, Princess of this associated with the Nine of Cups, my interpretation is more focused on your spiritual gifts, which is your true expansion. If you look closely in this card, you'll see Jupiter. You can hardly see it. It's barely visible. It's that little bitty four. And I was never going to be a surgeon or a barber because my hands is too shaky, right? Jupiter rules the Nine of Cups. Expansion. This is Pisces. I don't know. In sidereal, your sidereal chart is Pisces. So I don't know if you might be Pisces and or Aries. I don't know how they do it in the Western, but in sidereal, you're a Pisces. So all of this is centered in spiritual gifts, spiritual abilities, and not letting your circumstances overwhelm you. Maybe even deeper, your circumstances are there to propel you. Don't fixate on your environment, what you're actually going through, because that's not you. You are, it's a lot of symbolisms in the Princess of this, where it's light and it's darkness. You got the yin and the yang. You got the what's the fertility, able to produce, able to manifest. So my interpretation would be my interpretation would be more of limiting people that you're around that's not on the spiritual path, and that might be hard. Um, yeah. So we have the eight of air or the eight of swords, where the story has to change, or you have the ability to create a story, right? But if you don't create a specific story, then you'll be living in someone else's narrative, and that's going to always be a problem. So once again, the power is all inside of you, but the circumstances and the people around you could be blocking you from happiness. And if it's too insurmountable and you don't have no way out, Prince of the Disc could represent no way out. The solution would be to create a new narrative for yourself, write a new story. And there's a lot of power in writing, a lot of power in seeing what you need to see in black and white. And if you're able to like switch it up and switch up your mindset, you're going to have different action. So I'm going to pull from the Voodoo Tarot deck, and we have the Six of this, where this card is Elegua, which is an opportunity card if you're able to deal with a specific event, like it's some shadow or some darkness, and it's some something to face, something to deal with, right? And not to run away from it, because on the other side, of course, is a legua, and on the other side, of course, is happiness. So what you might be going through right now is not to hold you down or hold it against you. It's for you to kind of stand up towards a specific challenge. And on the other side of that challenge is going to be happiness. And also an old ending to a thought pattern creates a new beginning to a new thought pattern. Don't wish for your circumstances to change, wish for your thought patterns to change. And understand that you have spiritual gifts. Those spiritual gifts are within you, and our circumstances are the catalyst to our spiritual gifts. Hope that made sense, Elise. That was the read. I was just reading the cards, so I could be completely off and completely on bullshit. But I apologize if so. But I hope it resonated with you. Let me go next to Charmaine, and then we got Charmaine. Let me see. I think I might have your email. Matter of fact, let me just keep the screen on here. That way, I don't be reaching over. People seeing my double chin and shit. Hopefully that resonated. In life, Miss Love. What's your email? Oh, one Miss. I wish I had your email. I'd give you my my Zoom link, Charmaine. Hoodmystic@gmail.com, Charmaine. If you want to do this live, I'm about to start shuffling. Start doing a read real quick. Up in that Chiznart. Let's look up in that chart. I'm happy it resonated with you. It's all good, sis. As long as it's you, it's all good. You start messing with them clowny-ownies, it start getting a little sketchy. It start looking a little weird. Don't sleep on yourself. You was born in 1984, just like me. You know what I'm saying? That time is dead. We can't sleep on ourselves no more. This our 38th year. It's time for separation, right? It's time to be sanctified and holy, right? We in the same boat, so just doing the read. Right, let's look at Charmaine. Did I say Charmaine? I did say Charmaine, y'all. Charmaine is in the house. Let's get a round of applause for Charmaine. Hoodmystic@gmail.com. People like, is that the Charmaine you be always talking? No, man. I just be throwing names just pop up in my head. You know how many times people done been like, you done said my name in your live, Hood. Like, I thought you was legit talking to me out of nowhere. You just said goddamn Peter, nigga. That's my name. And I was listening. You said Peter like rim jobs. I was getting a rim job and you stopped. Good. What's going on? Hoodmystic@gmail.com. Charmaine is in the building. I'm full of Oracle cards to get this party started right. Such a beautiful card. We got the lower and the higher self, which would be a focus and a communication, because the chakra associated with this card is the throat chakra. The astrology is Venus and Sagittarius, meaning that we're going to illuminate ourselves to the journey, the inward journey, loving the ancestors. Right. Hold on, Charmaine. I got you. I got you. People like, is that the real Charmaine? So beautiful. Let me get in. Lie. Work these darn emails. Kids and all your technology. All your technology. You kids and all your technology. And if you are a Patreon member, I did give y'all the Zoom link if y'all want to take part. Yes. So. Yeah. So, as we wait for the lovely Charmaine, let's talk about the throat chakra and what we speak from and speak towards. This is a really important lesson too. Like, you know, who are you speaking for and speaking from? Are you speaking from your human experience, or is you speaking from your spiritual being? Are you speaking from your ancestors, or are you speaking from, you know, that one time that you did some bullshit back in the day type shit? Like, it's a very peculiar thing in studying the self. And it's like, from my personal opinion and personal understanding, like when I speak from Kyrie, it's kind of crazy and it's kind of weird. But when I speak from the divinity, I don't even know the name of it. It don't even really have a name. It's just a particular energy. But if you just, I guess, you know, the cliche is to meditate, right? To be introspective, to be reflective, to not think so much, to be mindful, to be present. And you could do all of these things and your spirit won't even talk to you like you hope it will. Damn. Y'all ain't even tell me I ain't got my scroller. Y'all could have said, Hood, it ain't scrolling like it's supposed to scroll. It's just sitting there. It's just sitting there for entertainment. Or I don't know what you on, Hood. You just be different. Now it's going up and down, round and round. Trying to get freaky with you. Okay. Bad. That's kind of slow. Speed it up. Speed it up a little bit. 7, 8, 8. Slow. 10. Fast. Kind of fast. How y'all like it? Do y'all like it slow or fast? Do y'all like it slow or fast? I like a good slow session. You feel me? You feel me? I like a good slow session. So I sent you an email back, Charmaine. I don't know. The link ain't working. Let me know. But I'm going to continue. There she go. I hope it's her. Ding-a-ling. I like it slow.
Hey, Hood.
Peace. This Charmaine?
This is she. I'm on right now. Let me mute my YouTube.
Okay. And you said this is who?
Charmaine.
Oh, this is she. Okay, you hit me with the pronoun. All right. All right.
Oh, I am at work. That's why you see the pronoun.
Okay, I got you. And so
You see that JMI.
I seen it, and you know, I was like, okay, this is this a professional email right here.
Tell Mama Mystic I said, what's up?
I think she on the live. She's somewhere out and about. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna shuffle these cards and
all right, thank you.
They want to talk. All right, you there?
I'm here.
All right, cool. So I think
Last time I spoke to you was during COVID.
How's it been? It's been a minute then.
Yeah, it's been busy. You know, I'm busy. I'm in school to be a physics. Look, good mystic. But so this is my last year. I'm in the medical field, so it's just been really busy. I have 2 college students, so just busy all the way around.
Okay.
So, but I'm good. Can't complain. Didn't catch COVID.
You and me both. You feel me? Like you and me both. You know, knock on wood.
Yes, no shot either.
No shot. You know, just out here, just eating my herbs and drinking my little smoothies, drinking my tea.
Exactly.
You know, not even bothering nobody. So, did you have a question that we wanted to let the card speak to?
I would like no questions. Just let me see what you got. I know, you know, I'm throwing some energy your way, so just let the cards fall where they may.
Got you. So I'm gonna just pull from a few decks, and I'm gonna just kind of read the cards, talk to the cards, and so right off the rip, we got a court card, the Queen of Wands. So as I stated earlier, court cards represent actual human beings walking the earth. Usually it's the querent or the person seeking the reading. So I would say Queen of Wands energy. Now this energy is very distinct. Before I started this live, I did a Pambajira meditation. Queen of Wands, if you want to do a cross reference on Google, Pambajira. So this is not specific to you, but specific to the card. So just talking. Okay. And then we have, I got the new moon in Leo, and if I show you my notes, I would be talking about Pambajira. And so I don't know. This isn't sex though, in a sense. They say lust is for humans who aren't spiritual, but lust for spiritual beings becomes something else. It becomes the drive for gnosis or the drive for self-realization, where nothing turns you on more than knowing the deeper hidden aspects of self. And so this is energy, as we can see. Everything is random. Everything is random, right? I didn't specifically choose those cards. I'm just, doing the general thing, talking about some general stuff. So
that's spot on. I definitely have some plus for some personal things that I got going on right now. I'm driving for. So yeah, there's some serious passion going on there. Not in a sexual way, but
no.
You're right.
And it's easily interpreted that way, right? That's the first interpretation of all of these particular energies. However, I would imagine that I've been talking to you and knowing you for a long time. So more of it would be like, this is a spiritual conversation. More it is like, it's a big sex. I ain't no shade, but like, it's a big sexy man that's going to come give you all of the sex in the world. That wouldn't be in relation to the energy. That would be more of a degradation to the energy and a waste of the energy. It's an ability to tap into psychic powers. And maybe you might need power in this particular day and age. And power would be the ability to do. And one would say the deeper that you go within yourself would give you more ability to do so. So we're going to pull an additional card.
Okay.
Two of Swords, and he's blinded to the world, right? And so this could be a person who is fixated and focused on what's going on in the world. However, there needs to be some time where you surrender to what's going on in the world for true gnosis. Like, it's all random, but if I was going to connect it to these two cards, it's more of deep dive in the inner journey, and maybe what's happening on the outside is either going to happen or not happen, but it ain't going to be because of you, because you got a lot of inner work to do and a lot of inner self-realization to accomplish, and it's more of a beginning and a new start to some things. So because of that, when you transform, you don't think about the past, and it might seem crude and it might seem cruel, but it's just the cause of evolution. I always say the butterfly don't go back and check on the caterpillars like, hey, is y'all straight? It's just flying into its new reality. So one would ask, are you intentional and purposeful about your new reality? Because if you are, you do have an opportunity to walk into that. But it requires you to put your blindfolds on. Once again, just reading the cards.
That's all spot on. I won't tell my business on live, but that's pretty much spot on. Yeah.
Yeah, and it ain't never about telling business. It's really about reading these cards, and like, just that's really what it's about,
Yeah.
But a lot of times, I don't want you to put your business out there. Let's just say that. But
oh no, I was just saying there's so many levels to the cards and like specific things that point directly to the card. So it's like me wanting to transition into different careers with graduates. So there's different things that definitely I'm not in the world, but I'm also sort of like kind of self-centered a little bit too, to like just focusing on what's really like going on in my world and not really caring about anybody else's world, so to speak, too. So it's sort of, trying to just have that balance there,
Right. And these are balanced cards. This is the Two of Swords is a balanced card, right? It is ruled by Libra, but it's also, one would say, like, an advisement with the Seven of Swords and the Five of Swords is really dealing with the mental, I would say, issues or difficulties or troubles, just because it's normal to suppress these things or ignore these things or not involve yourself with it. But it's like these is my kiss my ass card. So whatever you need to tell somebody to kiss your ass, like, you got both cards that's like specific to kiss my ass. You know what I'm saying? And really fixating and focusing in on that energy. And like, it's like your back towards something, right? And it could be a career, you know what I'm saying? Where whatever you used to do don't got nothing to do with what you're doing now. Right? And that's perfectly fine. The card is saying follow your soul. Don't follow whatever society or whatever your previous programming deemed you to say that you need to follow. Right.
So I'm spot on. Thank you for that.
Yeah. And you on the right.
I do love and do
right
care
track.
for people, but it's just time for change.
It's time for a major change.
I am a person who slow down and take care of a lot of other people. That's that Cancerian motherly in me. But we're in a new vortex now for me, spiritually and mentally, and physically. So
it's a different type of goddess. Like, it's a different type of goddess. It's more of a goddess who carry a sword. And it's like, you got a strong mind and a strong mental, and you've done a lot of work. And I tell people this a lot of time. Once you start doing spiritual work, the first thing that you need to start to notice is how much you've changed compared to the people who just not put in the psychological work to say, I'm gonna improve this, I'm gonna better this. A lot of people just doing what they want to do, how they want to do it. But now that you've done this work, it's a level of separation that needs to come that is more centered into the Six of Cups, which is pleasure, right? It's a deep pleasure and it's more of passive. Passive not in like doing nothing, but recognizing the knowledge that is flowing from inside of you. And it's like if you look at this card and she's connected to the ocean, she's connected to the vastness. So there is no limits, right? No limits to how you should enjoy your life. And if I would get this card for a person who has sacrificed a lot of their enjoyment, and one of the point was be to,
I feel like that right now. Good Lord, yeah.
So
it's been a lot of
So
on.
the goal would be to like the work, right? The effort would be to find where your joy lies and really become self-possessed, like possessed by the soul, possessed by your higher self. And that plays into the oracle deck, the lower and the higher self. And as you sincerely connect to the higher self with deep love and gratification and the realization that it's there, you put your higher self on a pedestal, right? And the people that was on that pedestal, you're gonna have to knock them down, right? And it's just physics.
It's just the cycle. It's hurtful, but it's definitely the cycle. But on that note, I have a 1 o'clock.
Oh yeah.
So I have to go, but I always, as always, appreciate your time. Love what you do. I'm still listening to you guys and still will always support. So thank you so much today.
I love this. I love to share and talk to me anytime.
Will do. Thank you.
Peace.
Bye, guys.
Peace. So yeah. We got the Groovy Alchemist. I don't know. Groovy. Let me see if I can get your email. I got your email. I'm sending a link to the Groovy Alchemist, and I'm gonna get these cards in order. My Rocky Balboa. All right. Let's see. If you want to take part in the readings for the free, well, not free, but $5 a month. That's basically free, right? That's basically free. Couple cents, join the Patreon, $5 a month, $10 a month, $20 a month, $1 million a month. I don't give a shit. Whatever you want to donate. Thank you. And if you want to get a reading today and you don't want to join the Patreon, you can send a donation to my Cash App. You understand what I'm saying? Fair exchange ain't no robbery. I hope you're still there. Pull a card. Or maybe, let me see what it just said. All right. So Serene, if you're there, Groovy Alchemist, if you're there, put something in the chat. Okay. I'll be impatient. I need to work on my patience. That's what I need to do. I need to be patient and wait for you. Please. Hood Mystic 38, if you want a reading, you can sit back and watch. I'm always the type of person that feel like readings be for everybody, but you might want to get a personal. Peace, goddess.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Hey, y'all. I'm cooling,
You
listening to
cooling?
the live read.
You
I'm ready
wanna?
for my read.
You ready? You got a question?
No. I'll see what you come up with.
Oh,
I can't wait.
you got the same card. I'm gonna give you a clarifier.
This is what the inside of your washing machine looks like after 1 year.
So we got our heart chakra and our throat chakra, creative intimacy, the lower and higher self. We got Lilith and Capricorn, where this is more of a sexual career of some sort, but not like sex worker or something, but just using your sexual energy in a more studious. When you speak of creativity, it's usually like when I feel like it, when I catch the vibes or whatever. But this Lilith and Capricorn would be more disciplined, more orderly, but it's also an energy exchange in reference to the heart chakra, where you're not just doing it for yourself, you're doing it because it satisfies your customer base or whoever is ascribing to your Capricornian effort. But it's more or less of work, and but sexual, creative, and it's all about you and energy exchange. But it's more, if I combine it with these, with the 13, the lower and the higher self, it would be having a relationship with your higher self giving you ideas. So my suggestion would be a miniature or minor meditation before or after work, and journal ideas and just practice those ideas as they come, right? But share too. Don't be afraid to share, because it's all about input versus output. So imagine that the better that you get in dealing with your higher self, the more the more things that you'll get in return, in a sense. Like it's like a passive manifestation process, like a deep relationship with yourself before you do anything. You probably do that already, but making sure that you're clear with yourself. Go further, pull some more cards.
Oh,
All right, we got the Queen of Wands. So once again, just
pulled
be
that card today. That's wild, but it was in the universe.
like everything is random, right? Everything is just kind of like hocus pocus type shit. But anyways, if I'm gonna connect the Queen of Wands with this energy, is not denying the goddess within you, and you don't deny it by, like, it's a feeling of not denying it. It's easy to say I recognize the goddess within me, and it's some cool shit to say, but feeling it and expressing it in a creative, intimate way, Lilith and Capricorn, being studious in reference to your sexual energy, learning your energy, being comfortable with your energy, feeling your energy so much so that it becomes more of a hierarchical experience. You become the queen of who you are. You stand in your power, not that you even have to say it, not even that you have to think it. We're talking about Petra, we're talking about fire, we're talking about passion. But who should you be passionate for? Like a new guy, a new job, a new opportunity? No, you should be passionate for the goddess for which that you are. And this is more or less of a collective theme, but you could be more of a personal identification of a new beginning in reference to strictly channeling your energy and getting good at it, getting better at it, one would say.
I have a question in regards to that. Do you have any tips put that back. Do you have any tips for the best ways to channel my energy? To channel that sexual energy in regards to work? Because for work right now, I'm a hairstylist.
Right. And so the best thing would be like ritual and dance. I will also say like touch, like don't be afraid to like touch yourself and get very comfortable with your vessel, like figuring out the things that you enjoy. And then also the main part, when you get ideas, act upon those ideas, so much so that you get used to purely acting on your ideas, which would be different from the logical brain that most of us possess. If I do A, B, and C, then it equates to D. And that
Yes.
wouldn't be channeling, that would be just doing what's right and doing what, what expected out of you society. And that's a
Mhm.
block, you know. So it's to be so intuitive and acting in a way that your spirit says, do this, Serene, and you instantly do it and you don't second guess yourself. And that would be more or less the work. That would be more or less the effort. How easy can you respond? And that's why I say dance, because dance is extremely intuitive. Ritual is extremely intuitive. And you gotta do it how your spirit say do it. But in these particular instances, it's easier for spirit to channel you through movement, not through thought, right? Thinking is more masculine, is more logical, is more like, keeping us in our squares in a certain type of way. But when we are moving and engaging with our vessel, we are able to really get some real downloads. And then whatever idea that you have, work towards it, invite people into it, share it with people. Like the way that the goddess works is that she's going to unite you with so many people that's going to help you. So in the context of doing hair, you know, spirit is going to, you probably do this already, but it's going to be like without cards, without anything. You're going to start talking to people and helping people and raising them up. But imagine your sexual energy like is like a degree of, man, I want to have sex, but I don't have sex. I raise my energy up my spinal column and then I go to work. Not sexually frustrated or nothing, just the same energy that I'm horny with. I did a meditation, I did some yoga, I moved that energy up my spinal cord into my upper chakras, and now I got a hair appointment. And if you want to keep track of your progress, journal what happened. Because if it happens and it's supernatural and you don't write it down, then you won't be able to evaluate how your spirit is speaking through you. So those things.
Okay, that resonates. It's almost like I knew all of this, but I needed to hear it.
Yeah. And that's all that's all that I ever could possibly do, because when it comes to you and your power, I always say you could be telling me shit. So you could be giving me a reading. No, seriously though, the Ten of Wands just means that it's the end of a struggle. So if the Queen of Wands related to the Ten of Wands is the same energy, like this is giving you what's happening now. This Ten of Wands is saying what's ending, the struggle of trying to balance masculine and feminine and being more exalted in your feminine, right? And the Page of Cups in the Thoth deck, this would be the Princess of Cups, right? So as I said it earlier, princesses, pages, they represent, or court cards represent people. So This could be in reference to a daughter or a young sibling, or even you coming into a realization of a new emotional truth. And that emotional truth would be, you don't really have to struggle when you sit back and think about how much healing you have to offer to people on a day-to-day basis. And a person might think that they're getting their hair done, but that's that's only the tip of the iceberg.
Deeper.
And if you think about your business in this way, I would say Lilith and Capricorn would say, what is your growth in your business? Where do you see yourself in a year doing what you're doing? And I think this is very important, because you can get into a space where you're just doing the same thing, or like you're just doing hair, making money, doing hair, making money. And really, Lilith and Capricorn would say, like, what are we doing with this? Like, what is the next level? So you got the Aeon card, right? The new age and overall transformation, tapping into your inner goddess, tapping into your ideas, birthing new ideas. And you have all of these abilities and all of this going on right now, but it's really how you see yourself. Do you see yourself from, Serene, just, making it through life, doing hair, or do you see yourself as the goddess, having this experience simultaneously? And how real is that to you? How real do you see your higher self? And that would be the same transformation. And really kind of like sitting with that for a couple of seconds, like before you work or before you do anything, before you do a video, just really getting into the space of channeling your higher self, understanding your higher self to be perfect, understanding that when you have dreams and goals, that you don't need to rely on a lot of people more than you need to rely on yourself and like program yourself to achieve it. And then in the tantric deck, we got the high priestess, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's more of that same type of energy. And in the Voodoo Tarot deck, you said you do hair, right? I'm gonna try to talk and look for the card if I could. You probably know this, but people might not know who the high priestess is in the Voodoo Tarot deck and what she did as a profession.
Is it Marie? Because I remember we were talking about this before.
It sure is. It sure is. So, it's the same. It's the same type of energy. So when you think about it and you do your work like that, does it resonate in that fashion?
It does.
Do you find yourself being a spiritual healer?
They always relate to me how I make them feel, and I never really understood until you brought up Marie Laveau. I never understood it was that deep.
It's super deep. It's not like I'm gonna just get my hair done from Serene and get my wig busted so I can go out. It's much more of a therapeutic healing. And it's not that you have to market your business in that fashion. It's more of a knowing, one would say, of what's taking place and what does that look like for you in the future. Like, I don't know if you're renting a booth or you want to relocate or you just want to take your business to the next level. I would say, in reference to this reading, you have all of the tools to do so. Just become a little bit more confident in your psychic ability and psychic gifts. Don't rely on tools. Don't rely on things outside of you. Rely more on your ability to tap into your sexual energy and work it through your chakras. As most women, have an abundance of sexual energy. And a lot of times they don't know specifically what to do with it. But if you really get into like spiritual practices, working with your sexual energy and raising that energy up, is nothing but enlightenment. It is nothing but self-reliance and self-possession.
Beautiful.
You are definitely on the way and on the path.
Beautiful, beautiful. I appreciate that.
A pleasure.
Thank you. I shall raise my energy.
You shall raise your energy and take it to the next level, right? Tap into some Pambajira, you know, Queen of Wands energy. No coincidences.
Mm-hmm. Pambajira. Okay. Cool. Appreciate the reading. Thank you.
My pleasure. We'll talk in the future.
Okay.
I'll see you. Peace.
Later.
All right, Priscilla. I see you in the chat. I see you in the chat. Chloe, I see you in the chat. Nataka, I don't know if you want the email, but I don't have your email. So email me at hoodmystic.com if you want the link. And Chloe, I do see you. J Dior, I do see y'all. If y'all want to talk to me on Zoom, just be sure to email me and ask me for the Zoom link so I can send y'all the Zoom link. Priscilla, I see you. I got you. And as we wait for Nataka, I don't know, didn't send the address. Everything is energy exchange. So when you say donation and you send 50 cents, and I tear off a piece of paper, I read the lines on the piece of paper. Don't get mad. The one who put 50 cents in the damn Cash App. 50 cent ain't even cash. That's it ain't called Cent App. It's called Cash App, nigga. Nataka, I don't know if you there or not. Nataka. All right, Priscilla. Peace, Priscilla.
Hello, I'm here. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
I can hear you just fine. How you doing?
Hi, I'm doing well, thank you. I just had a quick question about, like, I'd really like to channel, I'd want to make it quick and just figure out how to be more my goddess energy, build more mental strength, you know what I mean? Because I do think that that's like step one in alchemy and everything for magic. And I want to figure out how to get there because I'm watching all these videos and I want to figure out how to build my personal strength, if the cards have any insight to that. I'm trying to feed different
So
things.
personal strength and tapping into your goddess?
Yes. Personal strength, mental strength, power visualization, law of attraction. I want to build my spiritual gifts, Okay.
The first card that we pulled from the erotic deck would be the Hermit. And the Hermit is a card that speaks about maturity and emotional maturity, raising Kundalini, and like kind of looking at your life soberly. It's not emotional, it's more of practical, reasonable, analytical, and being able to see the certain ways that you're blocking yourself from a certain thing. So the easiest way that I could say, if you watch a video on how to build your personal power and they got 6 steps to building your personal power and you do 3 steps and you don't do all of the steps, what are you doing in space of doing the things that you wish to achieve? Like you want mental power and you're watching the videos, but it seems to not connect. The idea would be in reference to the hermit that one would have to be a little bit mature about how you go about your day to day. Is much more of a selfish card in a way of I'm not doing that because that doesn't serve my goal of having personal power. And one would say if you can make more decisions in reference to doing said things in real life and application, not specifically watching videos, um, you'll get there. So, what are some real, tangible, emotional goals? And in that fashion, like when you're upset and you're triggered, do you want to get past that, or do you want to like keep it hidden or keep it blocked or keep it submerged? And this is like mainly shadow work. What are the hidden aspects to the things that upset you? What are your hidden emotional goals? Because one could say, I want to have mental power, but for what? And I'm not saying like to know that now, but this is kind of the work of doing the shadow work or doing the self inventory to get to a space of what is my goal? Because when you define a goal, you're able to say, well, that's not going to help me accomplish my goal. So I'm not going to do that. If the goal is kind of abstract and you can't identify or pinpoint, say, a goal exactly, then you move into a space where you're continuously looking. But ultimately, all things come from within ourselves, and all ideas and all like happinesses and joys is only like looking for it outside of ourselves is where we kind of pull it. So once again, what is there to get rid of? What is there to get you to the next level? What is the habit that is keeping you in this state for the need of the goddess? So like goddess energy, one could say, um, I want to quit my job. I want things to happen more easily, but I'm working all the time, right? So in this aspect is what is the masculine or the patriarchal thing that you're interfacing with that's blocking you from this goddess energy. The reading would say to get rid of that. And that's going to help you get into your goddess. It's not about adding things, it's about subtracting things. It's not about getting more information. It's about the information is drowning you in a certain sense and is giving you more indecision. And really get into a space where you're able to quiet the mind, getting into this space where you can see yourself and honor yourself and not judge yourself based upon anything external is how you would be able to really tap into one, your goddess. But let's look further into mental power. The Prince of Wands. Now, the Prince of Wands is in the heart region. It's the Tiferet. It's the beauty, and it's in a simpler term is to have the love for your beauty. Now, is your beauty external or is your beauty internal? Is your goddess within or is your goddess without? And these would be some sincere questions because once you figure it out, is effort. Like the thing about beauty is maintained, is sustained, is thought about, it's internal, it's external, and you might just show up and people like, wow, this is an amazing, beautiful goddess, but they don't know the work that you put in. And usually, I guess it's a lot of goddess energy that's overpowering the mind. And really, it's like mental power, goddess energy is kind of like melding into one right now. And it's really a point where, yeah, the magician is really a point where you got to recognize that your power is your power. And it's not like going to take a lot. And mentally, it seems as though you feel like it's going to take this great work and this great effort to be or to accomplish, but then at the same time, you are yourself. You are this beautiful, heart centered, balanced, amazing spiritual being. And so, because of that, if you don't recognize that, you'll be constantly looking for stuff that's going to match who you are, and you'll never find it because who you are is much more incomparable and much more unmatched and unsurpassed at the spiritual, or the spiritual in this context would equate to the beauty. So one would say, I'm right in my reading if people classify you as beautiful. They just don't know another word. Really, they would say, gosh, you're so spiritual sound, right? But that's not a conversation that human beings have evolved to have. So what normally would happen is, wow, you're so beautiful. And you might say, well, so what? But if you flip your mind and to understand what they're actually saying, and it says, you are so spiritually sound. So what do you have to do now? You have to find that. You have to see what everybody else has seen your whole entire life. And one would say these are like rich people problems. But does that resonate, Priscilla, or was I speaking mumbo jumbo?
I was listening and I was, getting an idea of everything. And yeah, sometimes my problems are like self-developed, you know what I mean? Like self-created and everything. So I understand what you mean by that. And I'm going to definitely go back and re-listen and, definitely let the different gems resonate. So 'cause I'm trying to work on that. I'm trying to build like my mental power because I know, they say the mind is all. And so I'm like, I need to really strengthen.
Can I extrapolate that? So the mind is all. The universal mind is the only mind that exists. Our consciousness is attached to the universal mind. So what blocks us from the universal mind is our personal consciousness that says me, I. So it's as simple as tuning into an energy that exists versus not tuning into it. So it's just connecting versus disconnecting. That the mind is all, but it's not our conscious mind that is all. So we could strengthen it, like, it's like an ant trying to get strong enough to lift a rock. And that ant can work out his whole entire life and never get the strength to lift the rock. But it's not the ant's job to move the rock. It's the ant's job to kind of just understand its place within the organism. And that is the collective ant colony mind as an analogy. But in human affairs, it's your family, it's your goals, it's your intentions, it's what you enjoy, and finding those things and really kind of perceiving those things and going deeper into those things. And when you're able to do that, you'll find the personal power and the personal joy to do what you love to do, right? And it seems like there is some greater, deeper thing, but usually it's just really tapping into what you really feel and what you resonate with.
Okay, perfect. That makes sense.
All right, but I will hopefully talk to you later about this, and let me know how you're growing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Peace.
Bye.
Bye. Tribe, give me a minute. I'll be right back. Here. All right, tribe. I done sent links to everybody. I done sent Zoom links to everybody. Patreon members, feel free to join the Zoom. We doing readings. I'm just at work, bro. I'm just working. You feel me? Just doing my job, man. Just doing my job. So if you want to support Hood Mystic 38, if you do donate in Cash App, go ahead and send your email address so I can just send you the link right through. As I wait for people, let me see what's going on with the going on. All right, anybody who sent an offering, Mike, I don't have your email. So, and if I didn't send you the link, then that means I don't have your email address. So email me at hoodmystic@gmail.com. Stony Stone. You gotta start your video, or not your video, but your audio, so we can talk.
Hello.
Peace.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Cool. So, you got a question for me?
I do. Guess my question is Here, Echo. But my question is, my path, like, am I doing the right thing to, to elevate myself spiritually?
Got you. Are you doing the right things to elevate yourself spiritually? So what I'm gonna do is not answer that question. I am going to let the cards answer that question. I'm gonna just talk about what I see from the cards. Sound good?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right. Damn, this card is on our ass. I'm gonna just keep this card. But this card want to be known today, especially for the ladies. The lower and higher self. How, like, as much as I talk about it, just really sit back and think about it for a second. Like, how often do you reflect on yourself as just the lower self? Just the human self. Just the person who graduated high school, went to the prom, or wherever human, and this is who you think yourself is. And then when you get on a spiritual journey, it's just you and your memories of what you done did and what you about to do. But that's just so small and minute, right? It's so small and minute to who you are as a spiritual being. So on the purpose and the spot of like being on the path is really self-realization. Who do you think you are? And not even to the space of that being a negative thing, but the most positive thing in the whole entire world. Who do you think you are? And more so, how do you speak to that? Do you speak to yourself as an ancient returned goddess? Or do you speak to yourself as somebody who grew up down the street? And if you're on the spiritual journey and you like, well, I got to do all of this human shit, then it's only one part of the spiritual journey. So one would say connect to your ancestors because they got a lot of keys on tapping into your greatness. So the way that I connect to my ancestors is through water, either having a cup of water on my altar or what was I about to say? Or pouring water on a tree 3 times. But whatever your ancestors want, listen, you know, it could be anything, some chicken, some whatever. If it's something weird, follow that prompt in the ways of connecting to your ancestors as a way of saying, I need to make sure I'm on the right spiritual path. And a lot of times when we disconnect it from our ancestors, we are not, right? Everything that I say is in reference to what my ancestors want me to say. Because I'm just a nigga from the hood. I'm trying to shoot some dice, go to the casino. But my ancestors have a higher calling for me. They want me to speak in a different way. They have a different course for me. So what is that course for you? And are you open up to that course? Like, is that something that you want to experience? Channeling your higher guides and your ancestors and everything spiritual. So the 4 of Wands is literally a path card, but to be on the path is signifying some type of movement, some type of, like, it could be like learning all of this stuff and it's sounding good and it's feeling good, but you're in the same spot, in that same spot getting hot. You ever so dope and you've been in the same dope spot for a long time, start getting hot, right? And now it's time to get up out of there, right? So that would be the 4 of Wands. Is opposition, is saying, where do I need to get up? Like, life is all about change and movement. And it would seem that this would be the time for you to start making those changes and start making those moves. Don't move in fear. Move in just the normalcy of moving, right? Like just growing and saying, I want to go here. And like, why you want to go there? Because life. No particular reason. Like, why you want to move so bad? Because I'm a human being. And that's what human beings do. They migrate. So don't feel stuck or stagnated in a situation, circumstance, neighborhood, city, state, environment. Set a goal, reach that goal. And even if you like, well, I don't know how I'm gonna do that. That ain't what we talking about right now. But Knave of Air, Prince of Air is like you got a lot on your mind. You thinking about a lot of different things, and that's not going to serve you, right? That's going to keep you in a space of stagnancy. And it might feel good to take on a lot of things and make a little progress here, make a little progress there. But in reference to the Four of Wands, it's like having a goal, having a real pinpoint accuracy goal. Where are you going? I'm moving to Zimbabwe. Why? Because I need to focus. Just playing around with it, not making it so serious. The Knight of Earth or the King of the Earth. Once again, this is you got 2 traveling cards. So once again, everything could be coincidence. Everything when you're doing these cards is random. But if I'm reading and we talking about the spiritual path, the thing about the path is you can't just be standing on the path looking around reading books.
Right.
When you want to, like, if you walking down a path in general, what you doing? You moving down it. So where is the movement? Where is the action? Where is the goal? And it could be an intentional goal, an inside goal, but these cards is saying an outward goal, something real, something tangible, something to play with, something you always wanted. The biggest thing is if you don't know how you're going to get there, that'll be the biggest thing. That'll be something real because now spirit got something to work with. If you like, oh, I've been working on this, I've been thinking about this, I'm going to do this and do that, that ain't more or less what we talking about. So the Knight of Cups in combination with the Four of Discs. The Four of Discs is specific to power. The Knight of Cups could represent a connection to the emotional void. And the emotional void for a lot of people is real simple. How do you feel? Now, this could be a simple question, right? It's real complicated too. Like, how do you feel? Well, I don't really know how I feel. I feel all right. I feel good. Right? And that's a level of emotions that most humans deal with. But in reference to the Four of Discs, it's like when stone feel good, it's a whole different vibration in the earth, in the atmosphere. So one could say it's a lot of entities and energies sent your way to disrupt your positive vibration because your positive vibration has a lot of life connected to it, meaning that your up is a lot of other people's up. So I would question the people that you're around who like government agents, for lack of a better word. And you might be like, Hood, I've been thinking that and I ain't never, why are you even saying that right now? But it's like, I'm just reading the cards. So the Knight of Cups is like a knight work for the government, right? A knight work for the king, right? Cups is emotions. The Four of Discs is power. So it's like, I see a disruption to your power. I see a disruption to your power. And people just don't come into your life randomly. And when you're young, you think it's like that. But the older you get, you'll be like, damn, people care more about me than I care about myself. And so one would say, could be like psychic vampires, energy vampires, people who ain't on the same path as you and you associating with them. I find it to be disrupting your power and holding you back. But once again, I'm just reading the cards and answering the questions.
Definitely resonating for sure, especially with the traveling. That's what I've been talking about a lot. Getting out of my state.
Really?
Just getting over the fear and getting out of here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like if that's a thing, I don't know. It's weird how like certain themes would be like this reading is about moving, right? And they'll be like, oh, I've been thinking about that. And it's like, yeah, you gotta take it a little bit more seriously, like moving on, right? But yeah, the lust and the Knight of Wands, we got a lot of fire energy, a lot of passion energy, a lot of psychic powers. But once again, this Knight of Wands is like another traveling card. So one thing, even the lust, she's riding a damn horse or a lion or a snake, or she riding something. She going somewhere, right? And it's like not like it's any pressure, but it's hard for you to see if you ain't in the space that you're supposed to be.
Right.
And things is going to seem weird, but once again, if you move forward along your spiritual path, if you move forward towards where you're trying to get to, things will start to make more sense. And really learning how to cut ties with people, learning how to value your personal time a little bit more, meaning your time to meditate whenever you get a chance to do so, and really like get to a point where you start to focus your mind. Because it's not about thinking about a whole bunch of shit. It's about getting that one or two or three ideas that you working towards and letting spirit help you in like your focus. Spirit want to help you focus. It don't want to help you do a whole bunch of thinking and process and stuff. But it really want to help you manifest. It really want to help you see who you are. But it's a lot going on.
Yeah, a lot. A whole lot. For no reason.
For no reason at all. Only to pull you closer to yourself.
Right.
Only to pull you closer to yourself. It's like a bunch of simulations, and like you just moving on to a different simulation. Don't beat yourself up too bad.
All right, I appreciate it. Definitely resonated 100% with me.
Oh, I appreciate that. And hopefully, you can keep me updated on how you moving through the path. But let's finish off with this, right? The lower self and the higher self. Who are you? Right? That's a powerful question. A love for the facts of who you are. Get in tune with who you are and get obsessed and possessed with who you are as a spiritual being. And that's going to allow you to kind of get a clear point of, all right, I need to be moving here. I need to be doing this, and fuck everything else. Right?
Right.
So just give yourself some time. It's going to work out.
All right. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Peace.
Hello.
Peace. Who am I speaking with?
My name's Janae. And I just wanted a basic reading.
Just a basic reading? All right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. I'm just doing some little housekeeping and I got you. And you can mute your YouTube if you don't mind. All right. So you just want a basic reading. I'm gonna go through this and then just talk you through the cards like I've been doing. And yeah.
Okay.
1 second. All right, so I'm going to shuffle these cards real quick, and just so we can get on the same page, clear your mind, clear your heart, and just tell me when to stop.
Okay.
All right. So we're doing a basic general reading. And the first card we got is the Five of Dis, and that card is titled Worry. Let me get a clarifier. And we have the Princess of Cups. So as I've been stating, this whole entire day, in reference to court cards represent the person, you, cups, what's happening, emotional, and what is causing you worry, like walking across a bridge or something like that, right? You got to get from point A to point B, and when you're in the middle of the bridge and you can't turn back and you can't turn around, what tends to happen is you get worried, you get kind of scared. But it's all about evolution, it's all about growth, it's all about letting go the energies that don't serve you. I think a lot of times we hold on to certain things, and it's like holding on to some fire and be like, damn, it's burning me. And then it's like you could be attached to a negative emotion or a negative circumstance, which creates worry. And the idea with the Princess of Cups is learning how to release, learning how to let go. And one would say, well, how do I do that? Is usually that simple, right? But sometimes people have a hard time of simplifying it. But I would say possibly drink more water if it's harder to let go than just simply letting it go. But getting into a mindset that you can let it go, that you can surrender, that things will get better, as opposed to saying, I'm experiencing this uncomfortable thing and I don't like it and I wish it would end. It creates worry. And worry is not a solution. Worry heightens the problem. Worry has you looking at the problem at different angles and getting more angrier than before. That's why, like, when people get mad at first, usually you're like, I'll let it slide, I'll let it slide, I'll let it slide. But if you keep worrying about it and you don't seek a solution, the overall energy is that you explode from it. So this card, for lack of a better words, is the devil or Capricorn, or having a purpose. So one would say you're getting rid of these negative emotions and you're going through this transformation so you can develop a purpose, so you can develop character. Sometimes we live our lives and we're like, I want everything to be perfect. And then when things are wrong, we're like, who cursed us? But but the reality is you have to have character. You have to get kind of strengthened by overcoming certain things and maturing and leveling up in certain ways. So what seems like a bad thing, and this is just maturity talking, usually what seems like a bad thing usually is the thing that we're most grateful for if we're able to look at it from a spiritual point of view. The things that has happened to you, you could look at it as like, woe is me, I'm fucked up, I'm giving up. But since you have a spiritual connection, you're doing the alchemy, you're doing the transformation work. You're taking your experiences and you're transforming them. And honestly, you making them into, it's going to be very profitable once you get into the full energy of purity, once you fully let it go. That's why you have the devil. The devil is giving you the negative energy first. Go through that. But the devil rules Capricorn. So it's like climbing a mountain. Yeah, you work hard, but you get a different type of financial reward for it. But it's not all financial, but it is financial too. I'm just going to say that. So the 7 of fire, which is victory and success, and we got the 7 of wands, where you got to turn your back on the past, and this is transformation as well. The 7 of wands is having an abundance of options, an abundance of know-how, an abundance of knowledge, an abundance of wisdom, and something to do with it. It could be a dream that you're wishing to manifest. The indication from spirit is saying, go ahead, go get it, right? Go towards where you're trying to get to. Don't look back. Don't hold on to the fire. Don't hold on to the negative things, because the other way to look at it is everybody have to experience their transformation in a certain way. And it's usually traumatic. In one way, we can look at our trauma rationally, reasonably, and heal from it. For most people, though, they hide it, they suppress it, they come like, I was perfect, ain't nothing ever happened to me. I don't know what happened over there with them, but they ain't nothing like me. I'm perfect. Like, but you a person that could come across as like, yes, I got it together, but it wasn't always like this. And yes, I've had some ups and downs to get to this point. And that's the truth. And that's what people need to hear. People don't really need to hear how perfect it was for people, because that's not going to help nobody. So what you experiencing is to help a lot of people, and is more or less of how you look at it. Do you look at it as, I experienced a lot, I gained a lot, and now I'm in my divine purpose, which the cards is indicating? Or you experienced a lot, you went through a lot, and it really fucked you up and you can't bounce back, which the cards are not saying, but you could be thinking like that. 9 of Swords.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It all resonates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the 9 of Swords is coming to a space where you acknowledge how you're thinking. You don't try to say, I gotta think positive, I gotta think positive, I gotta think positive. Whoa, I've hit a wall and I'm not thinking in a way that I would like to think, and I'm ready to change that. The 9s represent completion. So if you can come to that grips that some people don't accept how they're thinking and how they're feeling, and therefore they go deeper and deeper and deeper into it. We can't run from or hide from how we're thinking, because, you know, if somebody say, how you doing? You expect to say, oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing fine. You know, we don't have the communication to say, I'm really struggling mentally. And you can't really say that to other people, because they're not going to even know how to take that, because they expect you to say, I'm doing great. So you got to come to a space where I'm done thinking in this manner. And one will also say, I don't know how to be done thinking in this manner, because you probably don't, but you are a spiritual being having a human experience. All you got to say is that I don't want to think this way. I don't want to feel this way. I'm ready to release these negative feelings. I want to feel great. I want to think great, and just put me in the right direction. I want to take it one step at a time. And usually when you're done, you're done. The thing about the spiritual journey that I can say unequivocally is that you don't turn around and go back to places that you done already left from. So leave, you know, the 7s is leaving, turning away from something. So in this conversation, it could be something mental that you're turning away from, a form or a thinking pattern. And as much as you research and as much as you journal and as much as you work through it, you will relieve yourself of it. But this is a solution that I'm offering you. The problem is something that we try to think about and hope we get rid of it, but the problem creates more problems. The solution brings about a solution. And if you can fixate on the solution, meditate on the solution, how do you want to feel? How do you want to think? These things start to take place and take root and take form in your real life.
Well, you said a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You said a lot. But it all resonates. It does.
Mhm.
It's been a lot going on. It resonates.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot that's going on, but in reference to you, you got to start thinking better. You got to stop worrying, and you got to be more solution based. So it's not that we're going to stop problems from happening, but we know that when problems happen, we know what we're going to do. We're going to seek the solution, and we're going to also know that the solution is within us.
Mm. Ooh. Ooh. I thank you.
Oh, it's my pleasure. And give it some time, when we're young in this journey. The only thing that I can say for sure is that it is going to work out for you. Like it is going to work out. But you might not see it. And that's what this reading is saying, that you're going through some changes, you're going through some growth and development, but all of these things that are taking place is so you could help a lot of people who are probably just like you, who don't have a you, right? So think about that as you go through what you're going through. And this is just from something that I've experienced personally along my spiritual path. And this is something that I feel that I need to share with you, that you could just be going through a major level up right now. So start to feel and think on those terms and not think like the world is ending or something bad is happening.
Yeah, because I'm a Virgo. I do not like change. I don't like change. Change is scary. Change is change. Like change is change. I like stability,
Yeah.
And it's like things have been shifting to where it's like it's been rocky and I have no stability and that's like I have no support,
Yeah, and these things happen a lot of times to strengthen us in our spirit. Usually when we want everything like to be perfect and great, and like do you want things to be good for you, like honestly and thoroughly have a great life?
I don't want a great life, but I do want,
you want something good to live for, and usually it comes with challenges and the ability to deal with said challenges. And usually when we're faced with those challenges, we think that something is going against our initial want for better. And usually those challenges come in our lives to do just that. But how in tune can you be to that process of the bettering and the leveling up of you? And it's not like the comfort zone of it, is more of the challenge of it, that for a fact that, okay, spirit is working with me right now. Spirit is helping me.
Yeah. Yeah. You're making a lot of sense. A lot of sense.
It's good. It's definitely a good thing that's happening. It's not all bad.
Well, I thank you.
Anytime. I appreciate you.
And I love your channel.
Thank you.
And I'll continue to watch and take notes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We growing together. All right, Gina, and then we got Linda, and after Linda, we got Chloe. Gina, what's going on?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good.
You have a question this evening or afternoon?
No. So I was led to your live. I don't know. I got the notifications as always because I'm subscribed.
Appreciate that.
But I didn't. It wasn't my intention to watch, and so I was doing something on the phone, and it just popped up. So I'm like, okay, I belong here.
Okay, all right.
So whatever Spirit has to say,
all right,
I'm willing to receive.
I'm going to shuffle this deck and clear your mind, clear your heart, and to stay on the same page. Just tell me when to stop.
Stop.
All right. Got the Six of Wands. Got the Six of Wands. So the Six of Wands comes after a time of great conflict or great adversarial type of battle. And generally, this is the revelation of why this thing has happened. And usually, like we were stating on the last call, it's all into the level up. But to level up, usually spirit challenges us, but we might look at those challenges as spirit is against us. But now the Six of Wands could represent a time like now, or a time that you could be looking forward to, where if you're experiencing the conflict now, the answer to will I win this conflict, the answer would be yes, victory, or it could be an explanation of what you previously have been going through and why you're experiencing the bliss. So doubling down on bliss. Go ahead.
I want to say.
Go ahead.
Okay. No, so, that's resonating with me already. I have been going through songs, like singing, reoccurring, and I have been wondering lately, is it gonna end? Is it gonna be something that's gonna end for me soon? And so that's resonating.
Okay, good. So we have Shango, which is it's a work card, but it's also a divine masculine card, and we got another divine masculine energy. So the Prince of Cups, and so this is much more of a divination or an ability to overcome something, an ability to fight. And a lot of times when people work with Shango, a lot of times when people work with masculine energies, is because they need defense or they need protection. And you could be the smallest girl in the world, but have the most fiercest protection when you start to engage with energy such as Shango. You start to engage with energy such as your male or paternal ancestors. So if you are going through form of conflict and you want to experience victory, start working with Shango. Read about Shango. I know for me, when I was in the lowest point of my life, the thing that raised me up out of that depression and darkness is working with Shango, drawing out his axe, and just really like imagining his energy and basking in his energy, basking in his strength, basking in his protection. And I would say, in combination with these cards, is Shango could be calling out to you to reach out to him for that protection, so you could assure that victory. And yeah, we'll pull some more cards.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah, Ashe.
Ashe.
So we have more masculine energy, the Knight of Air, and we have associated with that the Chariot. So this is an interesting thing, and it'll be like more of an intention of where you want to go and what you want to see and what you want to experience. So the next level of overcoming. So you're going through what you're going through. You're going to come out of it successful, but that's not the end of the journey. The next journey is for you to be intentional about your life from a soul level, from a viewpoint level, and you might have had a wake-up call or an awareness to your power. And if your power ever get taken away from you, it's kind of scary. But that restoration of that power is saying now you got to use it. Now you got to really go the distance. Now you really got to really shoot that film and really go for your gusto. But this could be time for you to really think about that too. What do you want?
Yeah.
Do you want a family? Do you like all of these kind of questions that we probably don't be actually really thinking about?
Right.
They're probably gonna come.
You know
up.
what's crazy too? Because somebody just asked me that recently, like, where exactly how you just said it. Where do you want to go? It was like, where do you want to go? You know, because I was talking about my goals and stuff like that. You know, things I wanted to do. But I was saying something like I want to move and everything, right? But they was like, okay, but where do you want to go?
Where?
And I'm like, you know what? I know that spirit communicates messages through people
all the
as
time.
well. So all the time, right? And I'm like, spirit asking me where I want to go. And this is confirmation for me. Yeah. So
what do you want to see? Like, what do you want to see out of your two eyes? Like, do you want to wake up to a sunset? Do you want to, you know, clean diapers? Like, what you know, really start to think about what you want to wake up and see and experience, because this is what you call life, right?
Yes.
You don't live a life that another person was living or wanted to live. You live the life that you want to live, and this is real power. So I just want to touch on some things. Heartbreak, really getting into a space where you identify your heartbreak. You start to write the times that you was violated, that your heart been broken, that you've been hurt. Really write these experiences out. Come face to face with them, get rid of them, and right after that, you will have nothing but your power to deal with. This is like this for you. Your heartbreak is on top of your power. But you don't identify your power. You probably wish it never happened, but it did happen. But you can remove it, and on top of it, and after you remove it, all you have left to deal with is your power.
Right.
But give me 1 second, I'll be right back. I gotta charge my laptop up.
Okay.
All right. I'm back. Yeah, so, and if you look at the 7 of Wands, this is the continuation of the 6 of Wands. So you about to move forward after you get over what you getting over, but really crossing over is you getting rid of this existential and internal pain that you walk around with. You deal with it. And I'm telling you this because people are not giving you the science on getting rid of your pain. They teaching you how to get more money. They teach you how to get in real estate, drive trucks, do all this type of stuff. And that's cool. But for you, the main part is to identify your heartbreak, release your heartbreak, so you can deal directly with your power.
Thank you.
All right. And tap into some Chango. Peace, Gina. I appreciate you. And reach out anytime, okay?
Yes, I will. Thank you so much.
All right, it's my pleasure.
I appreciate it.
Yep. All right. We got Linda, we got Nataka, then we got Chloe. Or I think I did, or I think no, we got Linda, Chloe, then Nataka. And I'm about to drink some water. So give me a second.
Hello.
Peace.
Hey.
Peace.
Peace.
What's going on? What's going on? Talk to me. Talk to me.
All right. So I went through this huge transition October of last year, and it almost seemingly took me out. I mean, it was my life was just shook off of its foundation, where I had to quickly relocate, you know, and it was just really trying. It was like I was just in the dark night of the soul period. And it really caused me to, you know, really take a look at myself. And I could see like a pattern, you know, throughout my life. And like a loop, like I was just repeating the same pattern over and over again. It was healing, because after like 7 months from then until now, and, being on my spiritual path and conscious and really doing my, beginning to tap into doing my shadow work and looking at myself and seeing myself, like, it was like an introduction to myself, like for the first time in my life. And I'm a woman of a certain age. So my question is, this transition, I wanted to know, is it taking me, well, let me put it this way, this transition, I have some things before, source, like I want to relocate, but I want to make sure. And I was like listening to a reading that you were doing on this other live, like you're doing today. And this sister had asked about relocation. And we already know that when you want to do something, you do it. And you made this analogy, like if you want to go to the store, you know what I'm saying? You just get up and go, you see? And so that's where I'm at. I just want to make sure that I'm on the right path in terms of, going forward. That's all.
And you're interested in relocating? I just want to be clear.
Yes, okay. I am interested in relocating.
Got you. So I'm going to talk to the cards and listen to the cards. And I'm going to do some mixing and mastering. And as I'm doing this, clear your mind, clear your heart.
Okay.
And and when your spirit tells you to tell me to stop, that's when I'll do so.
Okay.
That's how we do that. We gain a connection that way.
And it's so good to be talking to you too, Hood.
Likewise.
I've been following you about 6 or 7 months. Since the Spirit Doula is the one that referred me to you. Gotcha. And so I just started watching your channel, doing the work and taking notes and just plunging into all the masterful shit you be talking about. We're like, wow, it just resonates.
Yeah, man, it's just, this is my job. I usually be like, whatever, but like trying to feel like maybe it's too much, but if I had to show up to work and do a trucking, I'll be there every morning at 8 a.m. trying to check some brakes or something like that. But for me, I rather show up every day for the collective, and I feel it's more worthwhile this way. So I appreciate that you receive it that way. It's my pleasure.
You can stop.
All right. That was a good mix-up. So we got the Ace of Cups to start off, and let's get a clarifier on top of that. I like to do that. Might give you 2. Got the Ace of Cups. Wait, that's kind of, I was going to pull 2. I was going to pull 2 anyway, because that's an oxymoron. I'm going to explain why that's an oxymoron. This is developing a new emotional goal for you, Linda. And the Knight of Swords is saying, be completely objective. So that's the oxymoron to me. Like, how am I going to develop an emotional goal and be objective? Wouldn't I want to be subjective in that? So I would see these cards for somebody who always knows what they want, getting what they want. But then once they get what they want, since they knew what they want, they should be, no offense, but they should be happy in getting what they want. Right. And usually you come to the realization that maybe I don't know exactly what I want, and I need to be somewhat objective in the approach of getting what I want. So a lot of times people rate things on how much money they're making or how they're going about through life. And when they do those things successfully, they be like, phew, I figured life out, right? And usually they either get to a point or don't get to a point where they say there is more to this thing than just what society told me. but it take a lot of work. I don't know if you can see that, but a lot of work to rid yourself of knowing what you want so badly that you get up to the store and just go get what you want. And Spirit is trying to tell you, yeah, you can get what you want, but you got to identify what we want, right? It's the unification of spirit, mind, and body. And usually, if you're able to tune into spirit, if you're able to tune into the mind and don't do harmful things towards the body, mentally, emotionally, because for some, this ain't for you, but for some people, like, all right, what I want is sex, you know, and then that's like, well, that's harming the body, you know, it's harming the mind, it's harming the spirit. So you said that I could get everything that I wanted, and it's like you can't say that you want it from just a pleasure standpoint or a society standpoint. You got to say, I want this because my whole entire soul wants this, and I'm able to tune into my soul. So this is the Knight of Swords, being somewhat objective and not so subjective and into just the pure human Linda side of things. But what does your spirit want? What does your soul want? Don't that's something that you can't lie about. That's something that you can't fake. That's something that you got to sit with and clear your mind, so much so that intuition, little whisper, little drop of information, you know, when you get an intuitive spark, you know it, because it just grows and grows and grows, and it manifests in truth and truth and truth. And it's a very soulful thing, but and all of this is available to you. You just have to slowly integrate and separate from the dominant narrative that's been running in your mind, getting it, and more of receive. And once you receive, act, right? But don't act out of pure boredom or spirit haven't talked to me yet, and that type of deal. It's just more of, you gotta, spirit is not going to let you cheat it or fake it out. So like, how long does it take for spirit to talk to me? Whenever you clear your mind of the BS. It could be 2 seconds if you serious. It could be 2 years if you want to play around, right? If you know, you know. But if you don't know, you don't know. I tell this to people all the time. The most powerful words that I ever hear is I don't know. Because then, okay, now spirit can say, all right, let's know now. Let's learn. Let's grow. Let's get it. And this is the 3 of this, the work that's taking place. So the princess of this is usually circumstance, life, being everything to a person, but really the everything is you. So where is
and see, I was just saying that too. I was saying that to spirit. I've come to the conclusion, I don't know. And I'm kind of like embarrassed and shamed.
Don't be.
Because like I said, I am a woman of a certain age, and you kind of think when you get to be my age, you know what I'm saying, that you kind of got to figure it out. And I'm like, man, I still don't have it figured out, because I've been leading the way. I've been doing what I wanted to do. I make the choices. I pick the guys, who I want to be with. You know what I'm saying? I did that. And so when I have to relinquish that and just give it to spirit, I'm like, I don't even know how to not do that. I don't know how. I don't know, period.
Work. You work towards it. You grow towards it. You intentionalize it. You don't say, I don't know. Because even when you say, I don't know, your subconscious don't understand the word don't or not or no. So when you say, I don't know, when you tell your subconscious, I don't know, you saying, I know. So I say the most powerful words that you can say is, I don't know sometimes. Because your subconscious is like, okay, this person knows. She knows now, right? But we so quick to say we know, and then we act, and then it's like, shit, I don't even want that. Like, I didn't want this. I didn't want this job that I gotta show up for every single day, 7 days a week. I ain't want this overtime. I ain't want to wear these stupid ass uniforms, you know. But it's like we said we wanted it though. We did more than say we wanted it. We filled out the application. We went to the store. We did everything to say we want this alignment. And then once we got it, we said we didn't want it. That spirit all the time, always. I talk to people in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and I always wish to tell them, relinquish your feelings of superiority when it comes to spirit, because it's nothing to be ashamed of, because you are a reflection of your divinity. So the greatness that you espouse already let you know that spirit is working with you. You know that spirit is in your life through your mundane accomplishments and achievements. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement. Yep.
So why wouldn't you give it the reins? Why wouldn't you relinquish the ego when you know that spirit have done greater for you than you have done for yourself in your life already, with you, you know, holding the steering wheel? You know what I'm saying? Imagine if you said, you know what? I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to channel you, and I'm going to act on your behalf. And you can't ever say, the problem is you can't say, I know what spirit going to say from moment to moment. That's really the problem in the solution. And when you stop trying to encapsulate what spirit is trying to say, or trying to download or decode what spirit is trying to say. But the great things that happen into your life, you don't give it that much investigation. You be like, thank you, if that, you know, a lot of times. Like, hey, good looking spirit. But then some questionable stuff's happen, you know, and it's like, you like, is it going, or is it? No, it's just a transition. It's just a phase. It's a development of biblical proportions when you accept what's already done happened on the positive side, and then say, I have enough cachet and enough resources to say, when I say something in the space of spirit, it's going to happen, because even when I was in my ignorance, spirit was working out for me. And now I'm cognizant. Oh, it's really going down now. And so just think about that. And so we got some very powerful major arcana cards to talk about the Empress and the Magician. So one would be more of a ritualistic lifestyle, more of like understanding your intentions, evaluating your progress, and saying, look at your weaknesses and strive to get stronger in those things. And as you grow and develop your spiritual strengths, life gets better for you. But if your spiritual strengths are things that, you know, you don't actually engage with or will, it's going to seem like the wheels is falling off. And how do you know you're on your spiritual path? When you're doing spiritual things. Right. When you're doing rituals, when you're learning, when you out in nature, when you putting your hands into the dirt, when you grounding, that's when you know you're on your spiritual path. And you're at the place in your life, honestly, that's why we got these two major arcana cards. You can dive much more of your time, energy, and resources to spiritual pursuits more than you have to do in the mundane. And if you don't feel that way, that's more of the work. So once again, we're in the level of truth and understanding some things, right? So we got the Knight of Swords. We want to talk about the Knight of Swords in the context of heartbreak. So is masculine energy who have come into your life, lied to you, abandoned you, hurt you, and not giving you all of the nurturing that masculine energy supposed to give divine feminine energy. And as I've been educating people, as many people as want to listen, when it comes to our soul ties, when it comes to the masculine energies that pained us, we could experience it and just hold on to it and walk through life holding on to that energy forever. And if nobody is educating you on how to get rid of it, you wouldn't necessarily get rid of it. But I'm just, if your mind is open to getting rid of the negative viewpoint, not saying that you have a negative viewpoint toward divine masculine energy, but if I know or if I know masculine energy in general, it doesn't come all the time with the best intentions a lot of times. And that's just the truth. And a lot of women have to deal with the healing that they would have never really experienced if they didn't open up their hearts and mind to divine masculine energies. And so as we go through the healing as a divine masculine myself, the best thing that I could say is to really work through and do the inventory of what has happened and also releasing it by burning what you written down. I say burn it, but you know what I'm saying? You throw it in the water, rip it up. Just don't keep it, right? Because you done kept it for too long. And this is the Knight of Swords in combination with the Three of Swords. And you could accomplish everything that Earth has available for you to accomplish, but that's not what this reading is talking about. It's talking about getting rid of some of those limiting beliefs that you hold and carry that may happen not in the financial world or the success world. Is happening more on the spiritual, mental, and emotional, and also in the past, those stuff that you haven't really talked about or haven't addressed, and now it's coming up and you don't know exactly what to do with it. This is a process to help you kind of clear and those energies don't come back.
Wow. That totally resonates. Everything you said, everything. That's me, where I'm at right now.
Sure. Well, the good part is that you have a lot of spiritual power that you can share with the collective whenever you're ready.
Someone told me that not too long ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, me? You know, I know that I have, you know, life experiences, but also I know that I have something to give to the collective based on those experiences.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, you know, that limiting belief, like looking at me, you know, like, now, Linda, you already know you did this, and this, you know, and you did this wrong, and then you failed at this, you know, all those limiting beliefs that, you know, come against my my mind and my emotions. And I'm trying to like forgive myself, you know what I'm saying? Forgive the masculine, the divine masculine that has contributed to that. And trying to not blame, you know, all at the same time, but just look at myself. I'm like, well, but how do I go about doing that? How do I go about overcoming that? But it's a process, right? It's doing the work. It's continuing to do the work on myself.
Necessarily. What that's like is I'm holding these hot coals that burn the palms of my hands, and how do I handle it? Do I switch it from right hand to left hand? Okay, it's burning the left hand. Let me switch it to the right. That's what you sound like. The best thing that you could do is just simply release it. You know, you cannot. And once you release it, and you release a hot coal on the ground, you're not going to think, and your hands is all cooled down and relaxed. You ain't going to think, let me pick that hot coal up again. The problem is that we're not okay or we haven't been educated and taught in the science of releasing and dealing with trauma. And this have came from spirit, you know, where talking to a young lady, she just ran down the process, you know, of this is how I release my soul ties. I write them down. I process, I visualize, and I go through each and every experience and I release it. And I said, oh, I never even heard of that before, but it make a lot of sense, you know? So every person that I talk to who has divine masculine wounds, I feel you and I understand. Couple niggas done beat me up from time to time, if I'm gonna be honest. So I understand what you've been going through. I'm not the toughest, strongest man in the world, right? But the reality is I had to heal. I didn't know my dad. I had to heal. But if I don't process it in the realms of journaling and getting it all out of my mind, guess where it's at? In my mind. And I want to grow and I want to develop and I can't because I have these blocks. And usually when you experience these blocks, they're uncomfortable and you don't want to feel them, but they come in because it's time for you to advance. You cannot advance with these energies. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Makes hella sense. Yes.
All right. Who next? Linda or Nataka?
You done with me?
I'm done with Linda. So come on, Chloe. And Chloe will do you and then Nataka. Yeah, that's why I said ladies first. That's why I said
can you hear me?
ladies first. Yes.
Oh, could you hear me this whole time?
No, I could just hear you just now. You just now tapped in.
Oh,
Peace.
okay. Don't mind me.
Oh,
Hi,
you're
how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. I had to, sorry it was delayed. I was moving away. They were doing some construction outside my door, so I had to move away to a quieter area.
Cool. And you finally got connected after some re-downloads, I see. And now you're here. Did you have a question?
Just more so getting general messages that may come through because I'm going through a life transition and it's been a beautiful one. But of course, you know, there's that intersection of like what you're leaving behind and where you're going. And I'm looking forward to it, but I'm always open to hear like what has to be said for me that I may not necessarily be hearing as clearly as I should.
Gotcha. All right. So what we'll do is doing some shuffling, some mixing, and some mastering. Clear your mind and clear your heart as I'm just going to read the cards that you want me to read and say the things that you need me to say at this present time. So I'm going to clear my mind and you clear your mind and you just tell me to stop. Whenever you want me to stop.
Okay.
All right. So, as I said, I'm just going to read the cards and see what the cards say. We got the Knight of Wands. So, Knight of Wands is a court card. This is a masculine energy. This is a male energy. in your life in the future or presently? And how do you feel about this masculine? It's a deep, deep love. More than abundance, we have the energy of luxury. We have the energy of exaltation. One would say a perfect match. Happiness. You didn't say this is a love reading, sis, but that's is giving. It's giving love.
Isn't it all love when we really get down to it?
Right. It's giving love and, transformation as an outcome, one would say, or since you are going through a transformation now, it could be something that you could really look forward to. One would say match that energy by being in your most luxurious mindset, tapping into your inner joy and expansion. One would say be prepared for love, be expecting love, right? So one would say, how do you do that? You don't go out the house looking crazy because he might show up. I don't know if I'm even in the right ballpark, but I'm just speaking in a general sense of staying ready to be ready because you could ultimately be with said masculine man at this present point. But ultimately, the relationship is growing and developing into something much more like next level love type energy. So I don't know if this is future or present, but I do see and feel love. We got Marie Laveau, and we also have the devil. So this is much more of really tapping into your passion and your real pursuits in life and really going for what you know as far as like being a master at something. So whatever you've experienced that caused the transformation, this next phase is your mastery phase. This next phase is like, I feel like every time you come out the house, you like, maybe it's Maybelline. Like you just come in with it. Like you on people's necks, you slaying, you like, is you going to a model shoot? No, I was just going to Whole Foods and get some bread and some cookies. Like, why you look like you? Because I'm prepared for the best. And that's kind of how I would see this energy based upon these cards. Don't let life hold you down. Don't let what nobody else is holding you down. Something about the divine feminine energy that is within you that wants to get divine feminine energy wants to express itself through you, through your greatness. So you can assist all of this by being your best self, putting forth your best effort, striving to be in this best space emotionally and mentally, and then acknowledging the blocks. Because when you do acknowledge the blocks, you really level up because you get the skills and knowledge to actually level up. Most people is in a fantasy world, so don't compare yourself to other people because within you is something much more powerful, much more advanced. So keep getting the Knight of Swords. You could have been going through something and it's like you're going through it, and since you're going through it, you're internalizing it in such a way. The Knight of Swords is separating yourself from what you're going through, mainly because you can, because as we've been talking about, you're not just the lower self, you're the higher self and the lower self in one entity. So if the lower self going through something, you can't just be fixated on the lower self going through it. At a certain point, temperance, you got to learn to balance between and cycle through the higher self and the lower self. So you might interface with the higher self by being much more ritualistic, much more in a space of programming your future, programming your reality, and getting everything that you want out of life because you're expressing your divine feminine energy. supremely and thoroughly, and not letting, like, when I say nothing or nobody should be getting in your way, and you should really be living in the space of like absolute luxury in the top of the food chain out here, but it would be more of a disposition and a mindset. I'm gonna keep pulling some cards. Pull one more out the erotic deck. Some clarification. So you got the knave or the princess of air. Yeah, like can't be fixated and focused on a lot of things. Gotta really get into a spot where you have a real life focus, and really this focus more would be on your how you want to live your life, one would say. And if you can fixate and focus on how you will live your life through ritual, through intention work, just going to sleep, just knowing that when you wake up, you're going to wake up to some money, or wake up to some healing, or wake up to some advancement. Whatever you focus on will magnify. But if you dealing with a lot, thinking about a lot, you're going to magnify a lot, and can't handle it. Your brain can't handle it. It goes into overwhelm mode, overdrive mode, and society really teaches people to be that way. This reading is saying remove all distractions, tap into your power, really self-realize, self-actualize, and be prepared for what you expect. Even deeper, we got the Empress, right? Understanding your phases, working through the phases of growth and development. If you wanted some new type of energy, new situation, you would have had to get rid of the old and bring in the new. Empress is letting you know that's the vibes. And this is like the second card of the day, the Four of Discs, power and the ability to do so. So when you think about your life and you think about what you want to also think about the power and your ability to manifest said life that is in your being, is in your soul. And don't sleep on your spiritual power. Don't sleep on your ritual. I would say, if you don't already, start working with feminine energies that resonate with you, setting up candles, working with them, talking to them, listening to them. They're going to give you a lot of power, a lot of wisdom, a lot of game, a lot of protection. They're going to send people to you. They're going to pull people away from you. And the only thing that I would say is don't be egoic about it. Be like a student, have an open mind. And as you grow into, just the things that you're interested in, don't be afraid and don't be ashamed. Just really explore the depths of whatever the feminine archetypes and energies are speaking to you. I'm telling you this because I don't have access to the feminine energy space because I'm in the masculine energy space. But when I do talk to women, I'm saying it like, if only you can tap in, like, you will have way much more leverage and more dominion than me. It's a lot of women that I helped along the way that, I done told them, shit, you going to have way more subscribers than me once you start talking and once you start showing up. And just like clockwork, if they stay dedicated and focused to their mission, that's what happens. So I'm saying the same thing to you. If you fixate and focus in on your spiritual power, the amount of success that you can expect is going to blow your mind. But what have I said? Did I sound super crazy? That's why you wasn't saying nothing?
I was always taught that when someone is saying something we're hearing, it's best to listen. So I was just taking in everything, and it was just really amazing. So I was listening. It was perfect, of course, because Spirit, whatever they would, I guess, call perfect, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, Spirit is perfect.
But absolutely. So yeah, it all resonated. Not a question, not a doubt, and I'm just so appreciative. That's all.
It's my pleasure. I'm so happy that I was able to communicate that for you in that way, but it was all for you, and it all was for your advancement and healing. So keep me updated on the progress.
All right. Thank you very much. And I hope you have a good day.
Will do. Thank you for that. All right. Last but not least, Nataka. You waited patiently, my brother. You there? And then fell asleep.
Hello?
What up?
Hey, what's going on, bro?
Man, nothing much.
Bruh.
Working. What's going? Where you out? Where you out of? What city, state?
I'm from Frisco, from San Francisco, but I'm in AZ right now.
Okay. Yeah, niggas ain't up in San Francisco right now. Unless
I was just out there recently, though.
Yeah.
About a month ago or so.
It's crazy out there from what I hear.
Yeah, they all sheeped out there. All sheeped out. They still, everybody on the street still wearing masks. They tripping. I'm looking at these people like I'm in the Twilight Zone.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
That's what San Francisco make me think is the pure Twilight Zone for real. I don't know. It used to be a place.
It is. Believe me.
You got a question this afternoon?
Yeah, I do got a question, but first I want to apologize to you, bro, Hood.
What's going on?
Because out of the million times I done heard you say Colombian exchange, today is the first time I actually got on the damn site, and you about to get an order for a bunch of herbs, man. I need those.
Got you, man. It's all good, bro. It's all good.
As far as the question go, I got one for you. I was watching Bro Rich show, right? And something popped in my head because of something that he said. Now, my question to you is, what's the chances of you bringing the missus on the show so she can talk with us too?
That's definitely something that can happen and will happen. You know what I'm saying? It's just that right now,
it's been on my mind for a minute because you know that everybody with all this divine feminine talking. I'm like, the brothers who be talking and got ladies, man, they need to pull them on up out there, man. I figure she probably don't want to be in the spotlight like that.
Yeah,
maybe my assumption.
And she be, like a lot of times, man. She does things and she will do things, and what the thing about women is that they got different phases. So, but definitely, if she definitely gonna be on the platform and talking, and she got her own YouTube and her own Instagram, it's just more or less like we moving into that and we talk about it more and more. We just kind of just settling a lot of things personally at this point.
I was just saying because I think that'll be sweet for us to see y'all building.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. You know what I'm saying? Definitely, and I be thinking about that, like when we be talking, like, damn, we should have went live or some shit like that and talked about that. So definitely.
I ain't trying to single you out though. I got a hit list of heads that I'm finna hit up. Like, man, pull your lady out, man. You need to hear her do it too.
Yeah. For real. A lot of people keep their women. A lot of people keep their women on like silent mode and shit, because they don't be wanting to be exposed. No, go ahead.
I'm one of them simp. I'm one of them simp cats, man. I don't condone none of that handcuffing shit, man. That ain't my style.
Yeah,
she got to do it too, man. She got to live too.
Yeah, I'm a divine goddess submitter. I submit to the divine goddess.
Man, you got to tell me twice, man. I feel you. That is the way, man. Mandalorian.
Yeah.
Real talk. Hey, but now as far as me though, bro, Nothing specific. It's not even fair to ask me that, bro, because I got a million questions. So I figured I was just gonna let you do your thug thing, man, and I'll just ride the wave.
All right, I've been doing like I've been doing. I've been mixing the cards, shuffling, and just clear your mind. And as you clear your mind, your spirit gonna tell you to tell me to stop. Just tell me to stop.
Okay.
This card fell out. Got the 9 of Swords. The title of that card is Cruelty, and then that's followed by Gain. So
you say cruelty?
Cruelty, right? Cruelty of the mind. Where dualistic thinking and like serving two masters, and it's like spirit is saying do one thing and life is saying do the other thing, and to actually move in that way is cruel, because it sound good and it feel good and it make a lot of sense, but you would do a lot better for yourself if you deal with the opposite energy, which would be the 9 of Discs, which is Gain. And that's more of a focus. It's a love for nature. It's a love for earth. It's a love for growth. It's a love for development. And spirit is talking to you on that level, but the world is going to tell you what it's always going to tell you. You need to do this, you need to do that, so forth and so on. But you moving in that way is only cruel to you based upon the card. So I'm gonna keep rolling, keep going. So we got the 6 of Waters. So understanding and learning what brings you pleasure, what brings you enjoyment in association with the 9 of Discs, which is kind of like the love for the goddess. So it's more of kind of fixated and focusing onto a relationship or a relationship with a divine feminine, and letting that be your focus. Because on the one side, you got your masculine energy that could be somewhat split and somewhat dualistic, but then you could have this feminine energy that's here present, but you might not be really focused on it because you don't actually see the true value in it. So the value in it is the connection to the ancestors giving you grace for a lot of endeavors and things that you'll experience and go through in the future, just because you did right by the by the feminine energy in your life. And the feminine energy is going to require you to grow, develop, protect it, be strong, be smart, have a lot of different skills. But overall, as you grow and develop yourself, you'll be protected and guided, because you're moving and guided through union. You're not moving and guided through what society tell you to do, and you're not moving and guided through ego. So the Knight of Fire, which is the Court card, ultimately letting us know that we talking about you and really getting in you to a point of pursuing your passions. And ultimately, it could be a passion that is relegated to a relationship or relegated to a situation that you could be walking into. And when you do walk into it, you know what it's about. It's about really understanding life from this perspective. It's like, it's a whole new world. It's a different world where your religion and your God is your relationship. And who are you in that thing, right? What is your responsibility in this whole new world? And if you can fixate and focus in on this, that's the reality. You know what I'm saying? And within this reality is so great. It's so wonderful because it's not no interference from no bullshit. So in the Voodoo Tarot deck, we got Obatala, where it's the purity of mind, the purity of action, the purity of what you're saying. So if you can come to divine feminine or feminine in general, or your prospective wife, and say, these from my pure heart and pure mind, this is what I'm willing to do for you, and because of you, um, everything stands, right? And Obatala is like that energy who's going like usher you to expansion. And the key to expansion is just being real, honest, and pure. So men can do this too. And Obatala always comes with a prescription. Leave out a glass of water. So maybe you have been doing that or haven't been doing that, but whatever the case may be sure to leave out a glass of water for Obatala to help assist you in having the pure thoughts and the pure cognizance of mind. So the Queen of Cups is representing the ancestors. So let's backtrack and try to make sense of this reading. There's an ancestral pull that is trying to bring about a union and alignment with your ancestors. The way that your ancestors work through you is through your relationships. Your ancestors don't really work through you in no other way, because if you playing basketball, you're not going to manifest a baby. If you get a job, you're not going to manifest a baby. If you get a career, you're not going to manifest a baby. The only way you can manifest a baby or manifest an ancestor is through a relationship. Do you worship that relationship, or do you just feel like, man, this bitch sexy, she got some good pussy, she cooks some good food? You know, I'm not saying you do this or not. I'm saying in the realms of a relationship, it's a very serious ancestral lineage that manifests through you, through your relationship. Do you worship it, or do you try to fucking be everything for the world and everything for spirit, leading you into more cruelty? So let's keep going. I got one more deck to pull from, and then we'll see.
Just really kind of blowing my mind because because of everything that I've been through in my recent life. I really wasn't expecting something like this at all.
I just be reading the cards. I don't
like my last relationship had me damn near ready to give up on love altogether.
Yeah,
like for real. Like I would just be like, I'm gonna raise my kids and I'm cool. I'm just be me. And then somebody appeared in my life, and it just be funny like that. I've noticed that pattern. Like whenever I be trying to turn a cold shoulder to love, it be reaching for me.
It'll come back.
And it happened more than once, more than twice. I'd be like, cold.
So yeah, it's a very interesting sentence here. It's just like integrity and being the person that you want to be, requiring you to work consistently at it. And really, this is going to lead you across. So this is like, why are you doing what you're doing? Right? What is the purpose for what you're doing? And you could do a whole bunch of shit for a whole bunch of reasons. But in reference to this reading, you could come into the understanding that you are a channel and a vessel for your ancestors. And because of that, it's a lot of protection. It's a lot of finances. A lot of good shit that come along with being a channel for your ancestors, or being a servitor for your ancestors, being a fucking machine for your ancestors. And it's like, for a lot
I ain't gonna lie to you, Hood. Nothing be on my mind and in my heart more than my spiritual advancement. Like nothing.
Right.
Like this is so serious to me. For real.
Right. And that's basically the reality of it. When you get to a point where, like, if I'm gonna read this, right, it's like, you are a man of integrity. You have been working every day, but you might not be fully in the cognizance of why you even want to be spiritually advanced. And usually it gets to a point where you get to experience the true union of love. And sometimes, I think all the times, 100% of the times, people gonna have to experience what love isn't to understand what love is. And so if you experience what love isn't, then that still would put you on a course and a path to discover what love is. That's kind of the key to it. If you could start to open up your mind to what's taking place and don't close yourself off to it, because a lot of it would be you doing a whole bunch of shit for no reason if you don't fixate on the love quotient of your development. You got to get that why down pat. Because as soon as you get the why down pat, a lot of the energy that you expend doing things that don't serve the why, it just start to see it clearly. And then the things that support the why, you will have more time to do that. And then you will get your goals much more faster. But I would say when you move outside of love, your ancestors will be kind of like, well, I kind of want to reincarnate though. I got some money for you if I can reincarnate. I got you some advancement if you can just let me. You see this girl over there that you said you was done fucking with bitches? Fuck her while she ovulating. Please, I just want to come down. And you might be like, man, fuck these hoes and can't take this shit. And it's like, you gotta understand the spiritual nature of ancestors and how they come and go. And a lot of people like it down here. A lot of people want to come back, you know, and a lot of times they pull on us to be the vehicle for them to come back. This is kind of already happened, and it's going to continue to happen.
No, I'm saying I've been contemplating that a little bit myself, wondering why I have certain personality traits, and you know, OG in the family will be like, so and so used to act like that. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah. That's a good thing to know that, because some of us all experience that and ain't nobody ever told us. Oh, right. Aunt Janine is the witch doctor of the family, right? We just think we crazy for wanting to do this type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
She done got kicked out the fucking family 50 years ago. And we out here thinking. And then it'd be our damn kids, right? And it'd be just all of a whole fucking circle of life for real. And we a part of it. And a lot of times as people in society, when we forego what's going on in the world and just say, what is my ancestors on? I'm of the opinion and the firm belief that that's your answer for a lot of the bullshit that you could ever experience. Because all I ever do is just channel my ancestors and do the work that they just could never do because they was eating fucking ham hocks and motherfucking, you know what I'm saying? Going to church every Sunday, you know what I'm saying? And now they like, oh shit, so much I could have said and would have said. And it's like, oh, don't worry, I'll do it for you. And then that's when you get all of the spiritual benefits and all of the finances, because we going from the from the 9 of swords to the 9 of discs. So some cycles is being completed. The cycle of
total completion. I'm with the 9s, and I'm a 9 life path too. So
yeah. And now you in the path of gain, you in the path of growth, and that comes from wisdom of who you are.
See, Hood, my thing is, I'm in this not because of nothing that anybody said, nothing that any teacher said, nothing that I learned, but first and foremost because of experiences in my childhood, to where I've had some, I had an OBE. I remember crazy demonic faces in my dreams and stuff. And it didn't hit me until I got into like my teenage years. Like this stuff happened when I was like 4 or 5. And it didn't occur to me until I was like mid-teens. I was like, oh yeah, I remember that happened. My father had taught me how to be lucid long before I ever heard the term lucid dreaming. He just said, you can control your dreams. So I would practice every night. I overcame these reoccurring nightmares that I was having. I had to beat the final boss, and then I was lucid. I was making stuff materialize out of thin air, and my thing is, in the course of living life, I lost all that stuff. Misplaced it, or however you want to call it. But I'm fiending to get that back.
You gotta really get into the space of letting it go and realizing that you don't need it, and you have consciousness. Like when you have consciousness, you have access to the all. And so it's not necessarily about the tools, right? If you're, let's just say you're a foreman or some shit like that, and you have been called to be a foreman, you might have learned how to use a hammer. Like the foreman know how to use a hammer. The foreman know how to use the drill, but the foreman don't just be telling motherfuckers what to do all day. You ain't never seen the foreman carry the hammer. So it's like, damn, I wish I could carry the hammer like I used to. And it's like, you lead the ship now. And it's like, you have been taught and you have been groomed and you have been elevated to a certain point. And we all come to the spiritual realization that we don't need shit but ourselves. And if you're not getting to that point, you're going to be in a negative space, right? No matter what. But when you realize and completely and utterly realize that I am the tool, my consciousness is the tool, and for so many people get so like blocked off by spirit because they want to have fire shoot out their fucking fingernails. You know what I'm saying? I didn't see the fucking.
Yeah, you don't want no superpowers, man.
Yeah, like, you know, and it's like, trust your mind, trust your ability to relinquish the ego and tap into the subconscious mind long enough to see that, oh, I do have a GPS, I do have a guidance system, and if I follow that righteously in sincerity, then I'm doing the right thing. I think a lot of it gets resulted into like having this existential spiritual experience, and if you don't get it, you feel like you're missing out. But that's not the real thing. The real thing is like relinquishing all ego symbolisms and attachments. And when you're able to actually do that and get in like some real deep silence, waking silence, not lucid dreaming, like waking silence and stillness, then you're in bringing your consciousness into it right now, today, you can still do that. But it's like, that ain't glamorized enough for you. That ain't stylized enough for you. So, you know, you'll wish for the theatrics. And it's like,
okay.
It might come, you know, you might lucid dream again. You might get the powers back again, but right now you can meditate into the stillness, darkness, blackness, and nothingness. And 10 times out of 10, a girl is going to try to take that shit away from you, more than likely. So enjoy it while you can, right? Because soon as you meditate a good 2 weeks, shorty going to come like, well, I want to go out. I want you to motherfucking tap this ass. Don't you want to tap this ass? I was just thinking, like,
I had a girlfriend who used to get mad when I read, bro. So
because they want to distract you from the nothingness, because the nothingness is the sublime, right? It's the truth. It's where everything comes from. Out of darkness come light. So it's like, if you have that opportunity and ability today and now, and you don't take advantage of it for whatever reason, then it's just going to be, that's the reason that I want my old powers back. And it's like, shit, I don't know. I don't know. But I do know you got access to the awe right now. Like, I do know that. I know
Right.
that for a fact.
Right.
If you want to open yourself up to it. I don't necessarily know about the past and all of that, but I know right now you could set some time, you know, even as you sleep or in the morning or whenever is doable for you, and just immerse yourself in the darkness, immerse yourself in the slime and the primordial abyss and see what you can come up with. Journal, keep a file of what you came up with, self-actualize some of the things that you realize from that, and them is your breakthroughs right there. Like, if you want to deal with it or not.
For sure. Hey, I know the motto, man. Do the work. I'm with it. I'm with it.
All right, man. It's been good talking to you, bro. Really. And just keep me updated on the process. And, you know, a lot of the work that you do, I see you a lot of times. We watch a lot of the same shit. We be in a lot of the same chat rooms and shit like that. Same live chat. So I would just encourage you to, you know, put your mind into doing some content. Put your mind into starting a YouTube channel. What would your YouTube channel look like? What would you talk about? Even if it give you a place to start to express some of the things that come from the abyss, some of your downloads. And I personally know, let me just say that, when you communicate the messages your ancestors give you, a lot of your answers will be solved. Part of this game is sharing.
That's crazy that you even said that, because I ain't gonna lie, like for the last couple of months I've been contemplating it, but
keep contemplating it. You keep contemplating.
Just what you're saying. Go ahead.
I say keep contemplating it. You on the right path.
Okay. For sure.
Think about it. And that's how you can keep your progress. I was gonna say keep your progress, but I'm like, bro, probably need to start a page and start sharing and start communicating and talking and building up a tribe. And you know what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody like on the level. We all the same.
All right.
So if I'm doing some shit, if I'm doing some shit, trust and believe, it doesn't mean that anybody can do some shit. Cause I be fucking, I used to buy filter tip Black and Milds, nigga. I was lost. Okay? This shit for any and everybody.
This ain't the same dude that was riding the hose around, man. It's not.
No, I used to, be dropping girls off and picking girls up and dropping, like, I'm not that way no more.
I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe you when you was telling that shit, but I just couldn't believe it. I was like, nah, but
freaking smoking goddamn Newports and shit. Just got lost. So I'm just saying, you can overcome. Excuse me. You can. A lot can change for you, bro. Like a whole lot. If you just put your mind and actions in the space of, I'm gonna just share, or I'm gonna just be open, and it might change you for the better. I'm gonna just throw it out there because you're gonna have to actually do it. But sometimes doing the work is sharing and putting yourself out there.
I mean, it's just, it's just a funny confirmation.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny that I've been thinking about it and you said it. I'm like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And just like the last little lady that you was reading, and she was talking about, yeah, it's all working out.
It's all working out.
It's all working out.
Mm-hmm.
Everything come together like it's supposed to.
For sure, bro. Hit me up, man. And if you need some help or you need some assistance, I'm always down to help people grow their channels, or if they want some advice or whatever, anything in that aspect, just let me know. I'll help you out. So you don't feel like you alone and you just got to do some shit bare butt naked. No, it ain't like that.
Right on, Hood. Appreciate that, man.
No doubt. Talk to you soon, big bro.
Yeah, I'll be around, man. Later.
For sure. Peace.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Karma, you next.
What's up, my friend?
Oh, everything. What's up with you? Good to be speaking to you. You feel me?
Hey, how much I just love you, Mama Mystic. Like, I know I talk about it every time I see y'all pop up on something of mine. I just be so happy because y'all really help me align to my highest purpose. And I know by me showing it, like actually showing it to everybody, I will help them become their authentic selves. I wanted to say the last time I spoke with you in live, you can hear the confusion that I guess I had in me. And you was like, clean up. You need to clean up. And once you cleared out my artist selling sage, like understanding what sage was and how it actually cleansed. And then I also went for a cleaning business. Through the cleaning bit, I started my own company recently, but the people I was for, since I got the experience since the last time I talked to you, because I literally started like within that week that you said start cleaning. That's crazy. And I know when I'm on this plane, if I'm cleaning in this plane, in the metaphysical plane, I'm cleaning as well. So it was like energies, a lot of different energies. And now my experience, I'm definitely in the middle of a transformation. And I've been kind of like, my old thought pattern has been trying to pop up, but because I know, I know my purpose. And it's like the people I've been talking to, I've been enlightening them and motivating them, like everybody I talk to. And it's just like, I feel like, why can I do this for myself? So the reading, the general reading, because my everywhere, and I'm trying to just, so instead of me rambling and going all off about a million different things, I'm gonna just let you do your, because you do got some magic.
I try, I try to, just try to show it more than I tell it. You feel me?
That's what helped me become who I am, because what your teachings do, your books, everything, it don't lead you to nobody else but you.
Right.
It help you and it's just like, I go through I really go through y'all stuff and I really find confirmation and clarity constantly. And it's just like, I know I'm on the right path when I'm aligned with y'all.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it. It's just more of us just doing the same thing that you saying, though, staying aligned with our path and not being afraid to put things out there like you do. Like, you're not afraid to put things out. You're not afraid to share. And really, that's what it is for me. Because it's a fear at first, but then it's like, fuck it, I'm going to share anyways. And I know you feel that.
Yeah, because I tell everybody instantly, like, fear is false truth. It's like when you feel and you just get over that fear, you can start doing anything. So now everybody like, you're so fearless. And I'm just like, I still feel like I'm full of fear. They was like, yeah. I'm just, everybody see it but me.
Yeah, you just be acting on your fear, though. That's beautiful. Well, anyways, I have been clearing and shuffling, but I would like to shuffle again and you clear your mind and clear your heart. And then from there, just tell me when to stop and I'll pull.
All right, stop.
All right, we're going to read. So the first card we got is the Devil, and let's do some clarifying on said Devil. We got Lovers. That's a good clarifier right there, if I say so. And let's clarify again. We got the 5 of Cups. So there would be, and then gotta just let me know yes or no. There's a relationship, yes or no? Yes or no? You there?
Can you hear me?
You went out.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I said yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, it's a relationship, right? So that relationship has energies over top of it, and this relationship might be much more of a spiritual thing than a physical or a fleshly thing. But in the space of a relationship, there is turbulence, there is ups and downs. There is points in a relationship where you're like, I want everything but this relationship. There are times like that. And if people don't tell you that, you might go into a relationship with unrealistic or overall false expectations. Reason that I'm saying that is because the Five of Cups is there. It's associated with your relationship, but it could be looking at the pitfalls or the downfalls or the turbulence or the spots where it's not so perfect and saying, oh shit, my relationship ain't perfect like I seen on TV. Crisis mode, crisis mode, crisis mode, red alert, as opposed to saying it is from spirit, it's masculine, feminine spirit, and if it isn't to be, then it isn't to be. But I'm not going to fixate on the 3 negative cups, the 3 downtone cups. I'm going to focus on my 2 upright cups. Now, whatever it is, like sometimes you in a storm and all you got is a 4x4 to hold on to. You got to hold on to that because one would say this is a serious relationship. This is a relationship that requires healing. It requires counseling. It requires resolution. It requires all of the basic things that any relationship would have to deal with. Sometimes we can go into fantasy, spiritualized relationships where it's like, this is perfect, and yeah, I got a perfect relationship. I'm lucky, and then the reality hit, and it's like, wait a second, but reality is, if you're in a space where you can see the future, then begin to do the work of seeing the future. I'm also caution that a relationship is a two-way street. It requires the masculine and the feminine ancestors to be on board with said relationship and said guidance. So if both of y'all are looking at each other like, you're imperfect, no, you're imperfect, you're imperfecter, you're imperfecter, that's not the point of the relationship. The point of the relationship is for both of y'all to recognize y'all place in the scheme of things. Y'all are serving y'all ancestors. Y'all are serving the divine through y'all union. And if y'all don't find this, then y'all will be looking at the 3 slip cups. And like I said, this is a two-way street. If you did everything that you needed to do for your spiritual cognizance and the healing and aiding of the relationship, and your partner continues on his same trajectory, then you know what to do. But if you communicate that I'm not here for you, I'm not here for me, I'm here for God. When I'm with you, we become God. We become unstoppable. It's a very serious thing to me. If it's not a serious thing to you, cool. Because I am Karma, the fucking goddess. I'll be alright. Trust me. Might not be tomorrow, might not be next month, might not be next year, but I'll be alright. Just tell me if you're not serious about this relationship, because I'll be alright. Right? Am I lying? Or?
Yeah. Listen, when I say it just is, it's so freaking amazing how on point you be, because I wanted to ask a question, but instead of asking a question, I just stayed quiet. And I'm just like, the fact that you are on point, like that can't be nothing but God, So it's just like, everything you saying is true. Like everything, I literally have those thoughts. I was just having them yesterday, but when I was in a meeting and I was meditating,
she said something about her partner being right in front of her, and he was right in front of my window, outside my window. And it's like, I know he's him. Like, I know he's him. But like you say, I be in my fantasy world, and when stuff don't work out the way I need it to, I do make it, I do get unconvinced of that. But then with everything that's around us, me learning how to ask my ancestors or tap into that, and his ancestors as well, because I'm more spiritual, like when it comes to feeling like what's around us right now. And I am psychic, and I do see what's going to happen already. And it's just like the fact that she's just so on point, and it's just, I just really can't, like, I can believe it. I can't even say I can't believe it, because I can't even speak on it, because it's just so freaking mind-blowing. Like, everything you're saying is true. And you're right. That's exactly how I am when something don't go. I'm waiting. Like, I tell him, I'm okay by myself. Because I'm fucking, like you said, karma to God. Like, I really talk like that. So it's just like, oh my gosh, because I feel like he's taking it serious. But at the same time, it's a back and forth with both of us. But I'll be more on seeing it from a metaphysical level. So it helps me be humble when the crazy or the other weird stuff start happening, and the healing needs to be taking place, and us needing to go through that in order to heal, because we can't heal nothing that we don't feel. So it's like when he's starting to express. So him expressing instead of me running from it, because I usually take fight or flight. But now I'm learning how to stay in my power and be disciplined and be a part of what he has going on, because I know it's what it's what my family, it's what we need, it's what I need. And it's just like, I can't, like, I met him, he was him. I was too much, like you said, the fantasy world. But now it's like every day I'm seeing it more and more, and I've definitely been becoming more submissive and understanding, and he been doing the same. Because I changed myself. I don't try to change others. So when I started doing things, he's doing the things, his shadow work now. He wasn't doing that at first. So it was kind of frustrating me. I was ready to run. But now he's doing the things that's opening up his chakras and help him understand more of what I mean and what I say. So the fact that he's being able to let down his guard and trust me, and us trust each other, we balancing out each other. And I really needed the balance. Like, once I find the balance within myself and get the help that I need, I'm able to help the world, because that's what I'm really gonna do. And it's just like, I told him who I am. Like, I tell him that a lot, but it's just, people look at you and it's like, whatever. You say that, but I don't believe you. But I let my actions speak louder. Karma means action. So I don't have to say her name no more. I own that name. So I'm just going to go on my actions. So that's what I do now. And yes, that was beautiful clarity.
And I would say, don't sacrifice your happiness, joy, disposition for being the image of someone else. Right? Or being the winner for somebody else and be like the loser on the inside of you. Just really get comfortable with the power state of unsacrificing. Or if you do want to sacrifice to make somebody else happy, understand that that's what you're doing. But if you don't want to do that, then understand that that's a communication as well. But overall, you just have to recognize that relationships require work. Relationships at another level, one would say that the relationship is who you are on the inside from the metaphysical standpoint. So if there are points in your heart where you are heartbroken and disturbed and distorted, then your partner shows up like that.
That's exactly what happens, because I create my reality and I manifest really fast. So as soon as I start thinking negatively or hell or misery, I literally see it. And I'm just like, what the hell going on? But it's just like, remember your thought process yesterday, or remember your thought process last week? You know, like, okay, now I see how I'm really controlling my reality right now. So like, the more I tap into myself, the more I'm able to do that, but understand it. Because like all my failures of me manifesting and keep going into the same cycles, I've been evolving from it, and I know I have. But now I'm evolving from like the higher level of it, my mind, and really learning how to think differently and be more, you know, like believe in myself and understand that I can help anchor heaven on earth, you know, even just through my own actions. But I'm not doing any more sacrificing, so that's not what we're doing.
That's not what we're doing. We're not sacrificing for the sake of making somebody else's vision come true.
Yeah, we making this one come true right now, so
right.
We're not doing that. So I definitely understand that, and I do see the signs, like, you know, like if it's not right, and I do just ask the questions, and I don't even need to argue no more. It's like when stuff's not for me, it ain't for me, and I'm okay with that. I've let go a lot of people that I've been in love with, and then I realized why. Like, I love people unconditionally, so that's unconditionally whether they're the right person or not. So me learning that is sometimes it's best for me to let people go in order for them to grow and for me. So by me doing that with all my past relationships, everybody is actually growing, and we all pretty cool. So I know when I'm doing the right thing, and I just appreciate your confirmation.
You on the right path, and success, like you've been experiencing success, and more success is coming to you. Fixate on that success, meditate on that success, and, you know, live in that success. And if people don't want to be on this kind of plane with you, then understand that that's okay. But don't look at people not wanting to be on your page as a defeat, because the fact of you are, or your I am, is you being successful and tapped in and tuned into something sublime and true.
That is so true. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm so happy I did this. I was so scared.
You all right?
I was so scared for some reason, but now that I did, I feel a lot better, and I'm ready to really, really go for it now.
I appreciate you calling in and, you know, tapping in and talking with me for a minute. And much respect and much, you know, success to you in the future.
Yes, and I just really hope when we can collaborate soon, because it's a lot of stuff that I really believe in your music and stuff, and I really think I kind of know that I can help with the understanding of why you should keep doing your music. Because I listen to the lyrics. I understand how deep they is and how healing they are. So it's a lot about your music that I just really want to promote, and really want you to really go hard in that a little bit. Like, even if it's just the beats or helping me be a producer. I just got my GED this month, and I'm about to start doing so for audio engineering, and I'm super excited because instead of people taking my money or not doing what I need, God been showing me how to take care of myself and do it all myself like I've always been doing.
Yeah. So definitely, I was listening to some music today. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm definitely interested in whatever you thinking about and whatever you want to talk about. So just hit me up on IG.
All right, I got you. Thank you.
All right, Karma. All right, we got Paris, we got Mike.
Hello.
Peace.
Peace. Well, first of all, thank you for doing this live. I have been following your YouTube for some time and learning sidereal astrology and unpacking what that is like in my chart. And recently I've just stepped into this new space of embracing my spiritual gifts. And I'm in this new atmosphere with a couple of women running a wellness center, and I'm getting all these upgrades, and I'm just kind of wanting to just get some guidance on how to flow in this new journey. I'm a bit nervous, but excited for what's to come. So just trying to feel my way out right now.
Sure, and that's amazing. Everything that you shared, very happy for you. I'm going to read some cards. In the meantime, just try to clear your mind as I shuffle, and just when you feel compelled to tell me to stop, just let me know.
Stop.
All right. Let's see what these cards have to say. One second. These kids. All right. All right, Paris. My fault. I had to check on my kids. So the first thing that we pulled are two major arcana cards. So these are very spiritual cards, cards that are centered in spiritual development and spiritual growth, not focused on the mundane. We're always in the mundane. We always got to live our normal lives. But these two cards are referencing a spiritual understanding. And at one level, it is a culmination. And then at another level is asking you to look at things from a different perspective. So that would be more of what I just was trying to explain. Looking at your life from a spiritual point of view as opposed to a mundane point of view. And that's kind of scary and it's kind of tricky because at the conscious level, there's imperfection. At the spiritual level, there is perfection. And perfection lies within you and you're getting access to that. So the card of the day that I've just kind of been fixating on and talking to with other people is the lower self and the higher self, and how this modality and this understanding would be a different perspective, the hangman, than what we're normally looking at ourselves. So as you look at yourself in this new opportunity, in this new growth, in this new flow, do you feel like, wow, I don't deserve this, I'm just the lower self? Or do you think this isn't right in alignment with my higher self as I begin to grow in who I am and what I know? So if it's the first, this is what you have to kind of fight against, what you deserve and what you should have in this world. When you are completely in awareness of who you are as a spiritual being, the lesser just won't do any longer. It's just the natural fact of a queen bee. Like, well, today I don't want as much honey as I had yesterday. Like, it just doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. The cream rises to the top. And as your life get better over time, and as you and it's not like my life is getting better and I don't help people and I don't improve other people's lives. That's not even your disposition. That's not even your heart. You're the type of person that helps other people too. So don't think because you're helping people, you're living in the flow, for lack of a better word, that things aren't going to improve for you. One would start to say, expect the best. Start preparing and looking for the best as opposed to being afraid for it. So even further, we have success, right? Being able to understand the phases of development and understanding that this phase that you are walking in is because you did that. Is that a fair assessment, fair judgment?
Yeah, and it's funny. Well, I mean, you're right on point because I've been feeling like I know this is what I'm supposed to do. There's been so many confirmations, and I have been manifesting a wellness center for 2 years. I just didn't know what it would look like. So then when it unfolded, I was like, wait, is this it? And then I just kind of sat still for like 3 days, and now it's like things are happening, and I kind of feel like a bystander. Like, is this really what I'm supposed to be doing? But I know it. So it's like a part of me I'm trying to shed and push myself into like this new world of things that I've always wanted to do that's happening. And it's like everything, like all my old things are just falling apart and falling away. And it just feels like it's a bit overwhelming.
Yeah, because it's new. You'll get comfortable with it. You'll get used to it. This is like a beginning phase for you. This is like a start for you. And the thing about phases and new beginnings is that they require a different mindset. They require a different approach. And for you now, it's going to have a level of balancing and like feeling those mental tugs or those emotional tugs. What do you do in those instances? I'm having this conversation with you to say, if in the future you experience fear, you experience doubt, you experience intrepidations, don't suppress those energies. Don't wish for those energies to disappear. If you look at the art card, she's taken the good with the bad. She's taking the salt with the sugar. She's taking the hot with the cold, and she's making one thing. And in this new endeavor, this new center that you find yourself working in, is not to say I've started this new thing and now everything is going to be perfect. It's not saying that. It's saying that you will be successful, you will be peaceful, and you will handle whatever comes your way, good or bad. Spirit got you. So don't feel like everything have to be perfect.
Wow. Yeah.
Don't feel like it has to be exactly what you wished it to be, and instead of just saying whatever does happen, I still trust in spirit. I still am going in spirit. And a lot of times it does mess people up because they feel as though they've accomplished their get out of jail free card. And when they do the spiritual work, but really all it's saying is when the bad things do come, when the fire does come, I just mix it with ice now. Like, you know how you might be running from the fire. I say, oh, I got some ice to balance that out with. And usually if you can have that approach, you will guarantee your success. You will guarantee your peace, because this peace is under balance. This peace isn't saying everything that's happening is going to be good. That's why you're going to have peace. It's saying, no, I'm going to balance it on a pinpoint needle and making sure that everything is even. But even deeper, you are moving into a space where you're completed and you're moving into new territory, new reality, a new tangible space. And what does that look like for you? How do you prepare for that? Usually what people say is, I don't like new situations. I don't like change because now I have to be a beginner and I want to be advanced. I want to be the leader. I want to be successful at this new endeavor. But what if it's not? What if I, what if? But the reality is just saying that it doesn't matter. I'm going to handle it. And if you say that, then you don't have to worry about the perfection. You don't have to worry about everything remaining good. The nervousness you could release all of the nervousness. You can release all of the fear, because you're not saying, this date has to be perfect or I'm never going to fall in love. You're saying if he's a little clumsy, if he's a little not what I expect, I'm going to handle it gracefully, right? And really, if you have that disposition, you could always have a successful date. You could always have a successful business. You could always have a successful understanding of things because you're prepared for both sides. And I think Spirit is giving you that opportunity now, if that makes any sense to you.
Yes, it does. And I don't run from like new opportunities. Like I'll jump in, but sometimes I would jump in so fast I didn't make sure it was the right situation. So after taking some time and like I said, kind of sitting for a couple of days and making sure Spirit was saying, yes, this is what I want you to do. And I was like, but are you sure? So I've been trying to check my fear and make sure that I am trying to figure out how to balance it and not and still be excited, about what's happening.
I would say in reference to the energy, be excited for your disciples or be excited for your students. Be excited for those who come up under you who, if you could communicate and they can receive at the same balance, at the same veracity, you don't have to do this thing alone. You don't have to celebrate alone. You don't have to be in your success alone, your peace alone. You are more of a leader than a follower, right? And as a leader, you have to learn how to communicate effectively and learn how to receive the help that you need along the way. I would say don't try to do it all by, well, you have a collective, but even in the stress of it all, you don't fail together. You don't fail by yourself, right? But you're more of like the leader of the group. So you gotta kind of communicate effectively and understand that maybe you can get better at those things. And if you can get better at leading and teaching effectively, that means you have more effective help. And that associates and helps alleviate the stress that you may be feeling, because you're not going to be able to do it by yourself, nor are you going to be able to do it without proper communication and making sure that everybody's not on the same page.
Yeah, Ashay, thank you so much.
My pleasure. And if you need anything, you can always reach out to me, and much success on your endeavors. I'll be looking forward to the update and how your business grows over time.
Sir, I will definitely keep you updated. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of the advice. And like I said, all of the lessons that you drop, I'll definitely be taking my notes.
Appreciate that.
So thank you so much for all you do.
Yes. Talk to you soon.
Peace.
Peace. Mike, what up?
What up?
Chilling, man. How you feeling?
I'm good, man. First of all, I appreciate all the work you do, man. It puts a lot of perspective. I swear you put out videos and it'd be like the shit that I'm thinking about that day, that whole day.
Yeah. It's a method to that, because usually this first thing that I'm thinking about, I usually do a video about. And so because of that, it's like the collective unconscious, I think, is my thoughts. But yeah, man, happy that you're able to connect and grow from it, because I'm in the same boat. Did you have a question this afternoon? It's still an afternoon. You had a question for me?
I was just gonna let you rock, man. Because I don't know if I had anything really pointed for real. I just wanted to get some clarity in general for real.
Got you. I'm about to shuffle. And as I shuffle, clear your mind. I'm going to clear my mind. Just reset, recalibrate. See what these cards have to say. And whenever you feel like I should stop, just tell me when I need to stop shuffling.
Stop.
All right. Let's just talk about it from a general perspective. See what these cards have to say. We got the 8 of Cups, followed by the 5 of Discs. Get another clarifier. And of course, the King of Swords. So, Mike, it's not to say that you're going through a difficult phase, and it could be perceived as a difficult phase, but it is a spot of challenge, a spot of change, or a spot of kind of moving, going away from something, but that's not really the right direction, right? If it is like a forward moving progress and you're trying to see something or go somewhere or trying to heal something, and you're looking external for this thing that you're looking for, well, the indication on the cards is that all of your salvation is on the inside. The 5 of Discs is some men who are cold. They walking in the snow, and inside is a warm church, right? And so where they're walking and they're feeling the experiences of society and the world, they could really go into the inner temple and get the heat and the food and everything that they need, but they're kind of like hard-headed and full of pride. And really, this would be a situation where a person would need help but can't communicate that they need help. The 8 of Discs, the 8 of Cups rather, is to that same vein, but more, this is like a purpose that you're running from, or a purpose that you're not facing and dealing with. So you might not know it for real if you don't go into the church and hear what the pastor or your inner God have to say. So you could be seeking it, going through it in the world, finding it, trying to find it here, there, everywhere. But the whole time, it was within you. And you could save yourself a lot of time by switching to Geico. Or you can save yourself a lot of time and money by going within. Now, the King of Swords is what we've been talking about recently, is having that ability to look at things from an objective point of view. So usually this will be a person who can give a lot of people advice and the advice be on point. But then when it comes to themselves, it's like, I don't got the same advice for myself. Now, you do got the same advice for yourself. You just got to separate yourself from yourself. And so what would you do if you wasn't you? And it usually be like, I'll leave her right now. I'll break up with that girl instantly. And it'll be like, oh shit. Like, so whatever it is that you know you need to do, and for whatever reason, you don't want to hurt nobody's feelings, you don't want to bother nobody, disrupt nothing, you don't do it for whatever reason. The King of Swords is saying, if you would give somebody else this advice, why don't you take the advice yourself? And so usually that's what, if I was going to read the cards, that's what I would come up with. So far, am I just kind of like just saying random shit that don't make no sense, or?
No, it's making sense. Okay. It's making sense.
All right, I have no idea. I'm just reading the card, so I just need that little bit of clarification from you, and I'll keep going. All right, we got the Sun, followed by the Knaves of Fire. Now, you got a lot to give to the world. You got a lot of ability to give to the world. You got a lot of purpose. A lot of what you have to give to the world, you probably don't know it yet or received it yet, because it's a lot of shit external that we could be learning, go to school, go to college. People go to college, get a job, be on training, go to a different state for training, and they wasted all of the time in the world because the only training that they needed was to kind of interface with their soul. And once you get that part, then it's like you'll be able to give like you want to give, show like you want to show. But in the reference of kind of being on the spiritual path, it's kind of hard being on the spiritual path if you don't really center in and fixate and focus in on your spiritual gifts. It's like societal gifts and finances and capitalism, and if I could start a business and if I could just do this one thing, I'll be good. I'll be good. But the reality is you probably not here for all of that. And if you is here for all of that, you got to get your purpose in order first. You got to go inside to go outside. And once you get fully acclimated and in tune with the inside, what it means to be the spiritual, divine Archangel Michael, what do that look like in real time in your life, and embodying that spiritual energy, like, I'm gonna just try to be a tough guy, or I'm gonna just try to be a human male. And yeah, that's one level of it. But you have a divine you have an angelic disposition that wants to speak through you and for you and assist you. But most men, they don't want to touch this shit with a 6-foot pole. They like, can I just get some fucking money? I just wanted some goddamn bread. I ain't want to be no fucking spirit, and like I don't want to, and like, you know, but life will continuously kick your ass until you actually recognize who you are as a spiritual being and exercise that energy in real time. The irony, the funny part is all of the stuff that you wanted, you get it. Like, so it's like a win-win, but you can't ignore your spiritual truth and the messages that spirit have for you. Now, if I'm saying this and you like, well, spirit don't say shit to me, that's because you got to go inside to get there. And usually once you do that, give yourself enough time, you'll hear everything spirit have for you. But that's one level too. You got to act on it. So the 10 of Wands followed by the 10 of Cups. This is the end of the road. It's a brand new start for you emotionally. So intangibly, these are the things that are ending for you. Not nothing physical, but how you see yourself and how you feel and how you think and how you go about just this overall thing called life. And if you could really get to a different realization, I gotta bring this up to you like I'm bringing it up to everybody because it's something that needs to be said. The lower self versus the higher self. And what is Mike's perspective? Do Mike see himself as the lower self outside the temple? Or did your mama name you Archangel Michael for a reason? Like, what, you know what I'm saying? It's like one or the other, right? And usually, if you give yourself enough time and enough silence, the truth will rise up to the surface. And for you personally, you've reached that point. You come to that ultimate realization that nothing in the mundane is going to satisfy you. You've worked all of the jobs, made all of the money, and okay, you making more money. Is you going to feel better? Maybe, maybe not. It's something much more. And I'm just reading cards. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm just reading. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know, I don't want to act like I do. You know, I'm just saying that in order, when I'm reading the cards, this is what it looks like. So to conclude, identify the person that you are becoming. Millionaire, trillionaire, billionaire, psychic killer, I don't know, whatever it is. You identify what you are becoming and you live by that. And not even that. You don't just say, all right, y'all, I'm a psychic killer. That don't cut with the 4 of Swords. The 4 of Swords, you gotta actually, if you gonna be a dancer, your ass better dance. Like, you can't just say, I want to be a dancer, y'all. and then you get on the dance floor and you can't dance. Niggas be like, what the hell you talking about? Would you want to be a dancer for? So not what you say, what you embody. And don't be afraid to embody. Don't be afraid to go inside and see who it is on that inside. This is shadow work, right? You may not even know what this shit look like. And this is actually doing the work to see, who am I becoming? Who am I ready to embody? If it is you ready to embody, the reality is you can goddamn be Mike. You can make money. You can get some girls, have some kids, retire, live a happy and good fucking life being Mike. But this reading is saying that's not enough. And the reason why you want to talk to me is for me to tell you that. So that's what I got.
Yeah, that resonates. It resonates. Like that shit, yeah. It's just, I feel like there's like certain goals I have that embody those things you're talking about. Like when you're like, if you want to be that, and there's goals, the goals just seem so hard. I feel like what I mean? So I feel like I've been around.
Can I say this in reference to, you already are that. You're just closed off to what you are. Because who you are, your conscious mind is like having a 5 gigabyte hard drive in your conscious mind trying to like be in like a SD drive and saying, let's load the hard drive onto the SD drive. It can't, because it's only 250 megabytes that the SD drive can hold. But when it comes to who you are, you 5 gigabytes. So it's like, it's not hard. It's just too much for you to consciously fathom. This is why meditation eases that tension. This is why clearing your mind, being mindful, eases that tension. And this is why people talk about it ad nauseum, because that's going to make the journey so much easier. And don't try, because you can't. You just have to slowly integrate the truth of you already existing. It's like DNA, billions of strands of information, of knowledge coursing through you. You just have to be aware of it. It's not hard. Don't think that it's hard. It's just gonna take some time for you to open your eyes and your inner eyes to be aware of all of who you are spiritually, and all of the things that you want to do. In reference to the 3 of Wands, you have to begin to take one step, Mike. You know what I'm saying? That ain't hard. You know what I'm saying? One step. You know what I'm saying? Okay, what do I do next? Take another step. Okay, keep stepping. You know what I'm saying? Each day, take one step, another step. And if you do it in sincerity, if you do it in integrity, it'll work out. You know what I'm saying? Because spiritually, everything that manifests for me spiritually, somebody say, all right, do it again. I'm sorry, sir. I was on a wave of consciousness. It's like you surfing. You're like, well, surf right now. Get on that wave right now. I gotta wait till the goddamn wave come. It's a way of understanding stuff, and you can't manipulate it, and you can't force it. It's hard when you try to do that. But if you just wait for a wave to come and you know how to surf, then you just, oh, it's no waves today. Well, I can't surf. I'm trying real hard to surf. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, you can't surf if there's no waves. Don't make it hard. Just integrate who you are into your conscious mind slowly and surely over time. And trust me, you don't know. You know what I'm saying? You don't know. You probably will never know. But those steps that you take is like, wow, you knew exactly what you were doing, huh, Mike? Like, yeah, I did. I did, didn't I? It's like, well, how'd you accomplish this great feat? I just literally took one step at a time, and I trusted the process, and I really trusted who I am as a spiritual being. And it's like, yeah, over time, it will work out. Right now, being able to see it, you can't. Your eyes not big enough. Your mind would explode. Your brain would eviscerate soon as you got the full detailed plans of everything that you were about to do, because it's too much information. But trust the process of going inside, meditating, being clear, mindful, acting on those things day for day, moment to moment, and trust that process. Are you feeling good? Are you happy? Are you doing those things? And if so, you can trust the process is moving. But if you find yourself dark, depressed, sad, okay, I'm off course. I'm off the path. Let me figure this part out. And that would be my biggest kind of disclaimer, what to look out for. Your emotions, energy, emotion is guiding you. So it's like you work out, you do all the things you need to do as a man, you meditate, you take care of your responsibilities, and you feeling good, and you sharing, and you helping, and you can't save everybody. So you got to have a level of discernment and a level of intuitive understanding of, this is what I should be doing right now, and I'm going to do this thing to the best of my ability. You cannot ask for more, because when you start to ask for more, you got to turn into the dude from Multiplicity. You got to get a clone, you know what I'm saying? And then you got to get another clone and another clone. And it's like, just take care of what you consciously can take care of. Because somebody had just said, Karma had said, when she's cleaning in the material realm, her spirit is doing the same thing etherically. And that, if you ever wanted to play out of what that looks like, you can watch the movie called The Fountain. Yeah. That's what that looks like. So everything you do down here, your spirit is in a unison. So just work and live in full integrity. And I would also say that you're doing a great job. Don't beat yourself up. You're great, and you're on the path, especially when you feel good.
Okay. Word. Yeah, because I feel like I've been like sitting in this place where, no, that shit is heavy. But I was like sitting in this place where I was like doing stuff for other people. And I'm like trying to do a couple of things for myself. And I just feel like I'm always like trying to save people. I don't know if that shows up or you've picked up on that, but I just,
that's why I said you can't save everybody. And that, where that come from, is something that if I save this person, if I do this thing, I'm doing it. And it's the reality is that you're going to spin yourself silly. You can, if Mike decides today I'm gonna be a full-time gardener, and then you can't help nobody because you got to tend to your garden, or you decide to just do what you need to do to better yourself, and now you can't be available to other people. Now you are in the realm, and now you are in the spiritual path. Now you are doing the work. When you're trying to do something for another person, and you're like in that space of trying to help and save, is more of you going outside of yourself. Now, if you sat with yourself, meditated, got into a higher frequency, and walked outside, and you seen an old lady carrying, mad garbage bags and stuff, then that's your spirit saying, go help that old lady, right? But if you haven't set the time to meditate and be clear and devote yourself to the soul, you don't know what your spirit is telling you to do or what not to do. And this is discernment. So this is why you need to really clear your mind, start from scratch, get to a point, and then once you clear your mind, things is going to be different. So a lot of times we reflect on our lives and how it was when we wasn't connected to source and viewing ourselves correctly. And we think, well, what if this happened? But one of the messages that we discussed today is that spirit is perfect. So if you engage in your spirit, then you can know every action that you take moving forward from that point of you interfacing with spirit will be perfect. The problem is sometimes we don't do it. And yeah, that's just it. We don't do that. So we acting off our ego, give or take 50-50. But it's a level of meditating and saying, all right, today I'm going to do readings. I know in that it's a perfection because I really sat with myself. I really got the clarity to then do something that is helping other people. That is, but I could have just been trying to do this shit for views or for some other existential reason other than this is what I've seen in my meditation. And that's a pure act, you know, that I can trust versus I don't know if I should do it or not. Should I help this person or not? Meditate on it. Right? Don't feel so compelled to help people. Really give yourself time, effort, and energy. And that's part of the work.
Yeah. Work. Okay. That's solid.
All right, Mike. Keep me updated on your progress, any breakthroughs. I'm really interested. You can email me, hit me up anytime. You got my email.
Okay, cool. Word, I'll do that.
Peace.
Peace.
Hello.
Peace. What's going on?
Chris. I am at work. Let me see. About to get out of here.
Yeah, how was work today?
It's good. I didn't do much.
Yeah, doing much. Just taking it easy.
Blessed to be able to do that.
Yeah, because sometimes them places be stressing us out. So it's good that you had a good time, went fast. You went there all day, feeling like.
For sure.
Good to hear. All right. You got a question for me?
I hate to jump on here talking about love, but that's where I'm at right now.
I love me a good love reading, girl. Do not tempt me with a good time. You know, if everybody got on here and started talking about their baby daddies and their baby mamas, I would be much more happy. You feel me?
I feel you.
I love it. You know,
but I don't have no baby daddy.
Yeah, so. I'm just saying. I didn't ever say. I'm just, you know, but shout out to him. Shout out to, you know, the potential baby daddy. I mean, or
there we go.
You know, husband or divine.
But yeah, so that's what I'm seeking, a divine partner. You know, I attract a lot of people, but it's never on the spiritual, mental, physical, you know. And I'm like, I don't know, but I am currently talking to someone and I just want to see what you see.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm going to clear my mind, you clear yours, and shoot me
a little nervous.
Yeah, okay. Clear your mind of that. Acknowledge the nervousness. I acknowledge it, and it's good to acknowledge nervousness because we can easily get past it. It's hard to get past nervousness if we don't acknowledge it. It tends to linger and grows into something else. But it's leaving us now, so good for that. Calm down and, you know, tell me when to stop.
Stop.
All right. So right off the backs, we got the Two of Cups, and I like to cross-reference cards and show you better than I can tell you because we doing a love reading, right? We doing a love reading, and it sometimes feels like I'll just be pulling cards because you said it. Like I'll go through the deck and like look for it, but no. I did that randomly. So the Two of Cups says what? It says love, okay? So that's a good start. You know what I mean? We don't got no clarifiers, but
we'll take it.
We'll take it for a start, like a starting card. I mean, you can't really do no better. You know what I'm saying? And then we got the Three of Discs. So It's a theme. I was talking with Karma, and it's the same. These ain't the same cards, but she got one of the same cards. She got the Five of Cups in reference to her relationship. But with you and her and somebody else, the Three of This is talking about work. And it's also talking about the balance that comes with relationships. So one would say, Nisi, are you going into this situation with high hopes and you just hope that it work out for the best, and you just hope that this is the one where it's going to be like a perfect thing? Then the answer would be like, I don't know, sis. However, if you look at it from a Three of Dick, oh my God, Three of This, and, get into a space where you're able to work it and plan it and organize it and talk about it. Because if I'm smart, I would say that he's wanting to do this. He want to talk.
Yeah.
And he want to, well, if you get mad, is you gonna flatten my tires, bust out my windows, throw hot grits on me? Like, how mad do you get? Like, as opposed to saying, well, let's just be on the perfect everyday, and the space of this thing getting closer and the love is available, but it's like real. These two cards are saying, let's be real about it. And if we real about it, you might not want to be real about it because you want to lose the relationship. But if you're not real about it, that's what you get. But if you are real about it, you get closer. And that's just starting off. So that's a good start. We're going to expound on love, though. We're going to get more clarifiers and more understanding on love in reference to Big Daddy out there.
And we are two Pisces,
yeah, I mean,
which we are compatible in a lot of ways,
And it's not, I'm telling you, so far, it's not about compatibility. It's more of conflict resolution and what's going to happen when the shit hit the fan. Because right now, it's the honeymoon phase and can't nobody do no wrong. But the overall gist of it is, can we survive past the honeymoon phase? And usually, you are a woman who probably provide a lot of positivity to him, and he likes you, right? And do you like, this card is saying, do you like what he likes about you? Or is that something that you're like, it can make you feel uncomfortable? And mainly because it's beauty. He could look at you as like very beautiful, very attractive. And most women say, I want a man that views me as attractive. And, but like, do you recognize that in yourself? Like, the beauty that he sees in you, do you see it in yourself?
Wow, first of all, you ain't got to be this accurate. Because that's so true, The main reason why I love him is the way he loves me when I struggle with loving me, which is a conflict. You're exactly right, So I'm working on that. But I am working to loosen the constraints of insecurities. Like, I think that's my biggest flaw.
Yeah, and real talk, because I'm looking at you right now. So you right, you need to work on that. And it is a flaw because you very attractive, you very pretty, and you should really kind of understand what a man is saying when he is attracted to you, as opposed to being like, well, you're making me uncomfortable. Like, no, it's like, this is a sunshining day outside, and you don't want me to say it's a beautiful day. Like, that's making me uncomfortable. Why you always talking about how it's a nice day? Because it is. Like, it's nice out. The sun is out. You're beautiful. But the relationship is a successful relationship because you're really willing to do the inner work. You're really willing to, I wouldn't say change, but you're not going to let your emotions knock you out the box this time. And because you're not going to let your emotions knock you out the box, you're going to have these conversations with him. You're not going to be caught off guard because he is a man. And when I say he a man, he going to do some shit that you not going to understand. You're going to be like, why the fuck you do that? And you remind me of my ex, and I don't know about this shit now because you know da-da-da-da-da. And so get used to communicating and ask the questions that you're afraid of asking, because once you get that clarity, it's going to bring y'all closer. And just ultimately just recognize this new phase and enjoy this new phase. Don't go into this new phase like, oh, I'm afraid. And then that becomes, I was afraid, so I was in my fight or flight. And so when I was triggered, I had these two options. I was either going to run or I was going to beat his ass, girl. And like, don't go out like that, you know? Look at the situation soberly. I really like this guy. I love the way he loves me. He wants to talk to me, and I'm going to work on being open. I'm going to work on my triggers, and this relationship is going to, you see how you working? You ain't going to be having to work all, like, I mean, you can do a little part-time for your own little bills and stuff like that. But, you know, you don't got to take on the whole responsibility on the finances on yourself, which is a good thing. I also say, don't be the type of person to say, all right, you got it, so I'm going to just kick my feet up. You know, continue.
No, never.
Continue to contribute and help out, and that's good. You know, that's.
Yeah, we have plans on like opening some type of children academy and teach them gardening and life skills and stuff like that. So,
right. and that's beautiful.
But we're Pisces. I know we are. You know, we could be in fantasy a lot.
Yeah. That 3 of disc. Pull that 3 of disc out. Let's work it. Let's plan it out. Let's have, what's the first step? You know what I'm saying? What's the second step? What's the third step? Because the ideas sound good and it's wonderful. But this 3 of disc is like, y'all gonna have to work. You know what I'm saying? As a couple. And I don't know.
Work. That's my life. My birth card is an 8 of spades.
Mm-hmm.
Work.
Yeah, that's my birth card. And
nice.
Yeah. I'm always in that energy of working. I'm working now. But look at this conflict that you're experiencing innerly. Think about the conflict that you're experiencing, and think about how usually we'll go back to square one. We'll look at our conflict as this was spirit saying that this wasn't for me. But in the realms of tarot, in the realms of esotericism, there is a 6 after the 5. So if you are spiritual, you look at your conflict and say, if I can handle this, if I can face this, if I can just get over this, then the next part is 6, or pleasure, or success, or education, or victory. As soon as I get over my conflict, as soon as I get over this yucky feeling that I'm feeling, and usually I will run away. Usually I wouldn't deal, but this time I'm going to address my feelings and I'm going to talk because I found somebody who's willing to listen. Don't be in a relationship and emotionalize it and feel it and play mind games. Communicate and let them know, like, man, you know what? I love you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really do love you just because, you know, and I hope you are happy. I hope you enjoy your day. And you might be feeling this, right? You might be thinking about it, but you ain't say it.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about. And if this is your conflict right here. You feeling your conflict of feeling this way, but you don't want to be hurt. And so because you don't want to be hurt, you willing to go back to 0 and start again when you got an ability to progress through it and see what it is like on the other side. I'm saying I'm saying like if the cards fell anyway, I would be like, well, I don't know if it's going to be successful or not. You know, I don't fucking know. But the way these cards felt, I'm like, you going to have a successful relationship. But it's not going to be because it was magical or spiritual. It's because you open your mouth and you communicated and you said what was on your heart. And you was willing to say, I'm triggered right now. I'm hurt, but I'm gonna talk it through. I'm gonna work it through. I'm not gonna let it ruin nothing. I'm not gonna let my emotions take me out. These is my emotions. I'm gonna feel it. I'm gonna honor it, and I'm gonna communicate past it. And ultimately, he is here to, for lack of a better words, rescue you and save you. So how if you was drowning and a man came and saved your ass, would you be like, I'm afraid of you? or or would you be like, I love you and I appreciate you?
Like, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You are my knight in shining armor. You think you would think that he don't want to experience that love and that acknowledgement of the effort and his ability to slow down. Cause he ain't the type of person that's like, well, you the only girl in the whole world that has ever liked me, and I'm so happy that you like me because I'm such a lame out here in these streets. Thank you for liking me, Niecy. He ain't that energy. So with that being said, he noticing you too. It's a level of respect, it's a level of acknowledgement, and it's a level of I want to give you the best of me. And the best of you is you being able to communicate as hard as it is. And it's hard for a lot of women to just say what's on their heart and say what's on their mind because they don't want to be judged and they don't want to be hurt. But you're not in that environment. You're in an environment where you could grow and learn and develop and have a real relationship. And you're a very beautiful woman. And you can't deny that aspect of, you might be like, well, why he even like me? Like, what is it about me that you like so much? And it's like, well, I didn't get my eyes took out. That's what I, you know what I'm saying? I got eyes, motherfucker. I can see, motherfucker. That's what I like. You know? I can see.
And I need a lot of reassurance, and he's willing to do so. It's funny how you pray for something, then it happens, and then you're scared of it. Like, what the hell?
Yeah. And this is a 5. This is a conflict. This is where you're face to face with your patterns and your habits and your self-sabotage. And you could look at it where you let your fears take over, or you start to do the work and transform your fear to love. And it's the love for self, it's the love for your partners, and it's the love for everybody in your life, you know, love for everything and everybody. And yeah, it's just it's an unconditional love that you have the option or the opportunity to explore through this relationship. This is the time for you to just love and see what it brings you and what it gives you. Because if that is your, like, it's not like, with some people, I'd be like, love unconditionally, and be like, well, ain't no nigga here, so how am I gonna just be just like, I love you, door, I love you, couch, like, how am I, like, well, you got a whole man there that you could express your unconditional love to, if you so choose to.
Right. And I have a lot of unconditional love for everyone except myself. I'm so hard on me. It's terrible.
Join the club, man. That's why we here just talking and working. And, you know, it's a lot of times where I said, I want to do readings live more, and I just be thinking of other shit to do. So it's all in reference of loving y'all and loving myself and just loving my channel and just putting the work in. And it's like, shit, it's a little effort goes behind it, but in reference of what should I been doing more, or like nothing. I need to love more and share love and spread love And it's easy to love myself. And that's what the ego always telling me. You know, you can be by yourself, right? And just, you know, ride off into the sunset. You don't need to do nothing of that. You could just do this and that. And it's like, okay, but what do I love to do? And this is what I love to do. So think about that as you move forward in your journey towards love. This is a love reading. And the reading is that love is available to you and for you. And what you going to do about it? Is you going to be afraid, or are you going to embrace it and embody it and really think of like how you can remove the ego and just, you know, just love and listen and talk and be present and mindful. And you just have an opportunity right now. So I don't know how you going to feel about taking advantage of this opportunity, because you could easily be afraid of it. Most people would be. You know what I'm saying? That's the real.
No. And I'm not, because this life is for experiencing, and I'm going to take it to the full.
Yeah. And it's you that's like, hey, I'm a divine feminine. I have a man that I respect and love that loves me. And if I give this man as much love as I possibly can, he either going to accept it or not accept it. But once you realize that you are the love, you are the beauty, you are the divine feminine, he ain't taking nothing away from you, and he ain't gave you shit. This is all internal that you could just use as an experience to see yourself and see how you love. And it won't be the last time. It's going to be, you know, you can always choose to love. And like you said, that unconditional love is just directed in this relationship right now. And if it is directed, is overall success to be the outcome.
Okay. I love that. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Anytime, you can reach out, talk to me anytime. It's been great.
I sure will. And I'll send you more love and power and strength to keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
And I love your channel. I always have.
Thank you. And I appreciate your support and patronage. And I hope to talk to you in the future.
Will do.
All right. Peace.
Okay.
All right, man. That's been another episode in the Book Psychic Hotline. If you want a personal reading, go ahead, join my Patreon, $5 a month. My goal is to get 1,000 people to spend $5 a month. I want to make $5,000 a month. Okay? I need 1,000 people to come up off of $5 a month. So I'm doing the work. I'm putting it out there. I'm setting the intention. And all I can do is take one step, put the one step in front of the other. Hope y'all enjoy your day. Hope y'all up and, you know, living in your purpose. Hope these readings helped you gain a little bit understanding of yourself. As I deal with the collective unconscious, I can talk to one person and talk to a multitude of others. So if these messages resonated with you, you know, I appreciate you for listening. Share, join the Patreon, follow me on IG at The Hood Mystic. And next video I got coming up is this new moon in Leo energy. I can't wait to talk about it, because guess what I'm gonna be talking about, y'all? That good old sex. So stay tuned as we get into the tantric understandings of this new moon in Leo, and I'll see y'all on the flip side. Peace.
Sometimes a psychic is the perfect one to talk to when love is slipping away.
People start funny when they're trying to hide something.
Oh, what's another girl? All right. Calm down for a free reading.
Trying to love.